everyone, a very good morning to you all. Welcome to the first lecture of Financial Management paper of ACCA. I hope all of you are doing well. We are going to start this batch with a quick round of introduction about ourselves. I'll go first and then I'll ask you to tell me about yourself so that I also understand what the batch comprises of. So, I am Anushka Jain, your mentor for the Financial Management paper. I am a chartered accountant first, qualified in 2017 after clearing all the levels in the first go. I then started off my career with Coca-Cola in Bangalore, and then I moved on to taking up this course ACCA in 2019. So it was in 2019. So because I was a chartered accountant, I had to appear for just four papers at the strategic professional level. I chose AFM first. So I was always in a finance career, like in job wise. So I took up finance first, my first love. So I got All India rank 1 and World rank 2 in the Advanced Financial Management paper. Then I took up SBL and SBR together in the next attempt, which was September 2019, and I finally gave APM in December 2019, right? And with that, so I qualified all the papers in the first go here itself, and with that, I completed my ACCA journey. I was an ACCA by Jan 2020 when the results came out, and it's been about what 6 years now. So I moved on to coaching in my part-time initially. So I was working in Puerto Rico post my job in Coca-Cola. I moved on to Puerto Rico. So Puerto Rico is an alcohol-based company. It's the second largest alcohol company in the world with brands like Chivas Regal, Ballantine's, so more popularly known as Seagrams in India. And then I moved on to Flipkart in Bangalore. There was managing the business finance for your new age e-commerce, things like management of credit card, the Flipkart Access credit card, the, gift card section. So these things in fintech, it's called fintech. You will also be learning about fintech in your curriculum. And then I have got call back from Puerto Rico. I joined them as the head of finance for Northeast sales operations. So it was till Feb 2025 that I was working with them, and now I've moved on to coaching full time. I'm to coaching full time with for the ACCA students since February 2025. So I take up batches for ACCA, AFM paper, then FM paper, PM paper, MA paper. Currently, I've given allocations for these papers. So these are currently in my portfolio. And some of you might have already studied from me if you have done another paper before. Uh, Anyone who has studied PM from me before? I don't see a common name here. Anyone taken the recorded lectures or anything? So you might have, if you have taken PM before, you might have studied, right? So that was a quick round of introduction about myself. And now I would request all of you to tell me about yourself. Now, when you tell me about yourself, what you have to do is, I see all of you have logged in using your names only, except one of the students whose name is showing to me as iPhone. So whoever has joined using iPhone, today is okay. Next time whenever you join, please log in using your name. It gives me identification for you, and also I can address you properly. I can't be calling you iPhone. So please log in using your name now or whenever you join in next. So what I want you to tell me is what you are currently doing. If you are just studying the ACCA course, or you are doing some other thing together with it, maybe attending a college or maybe doing a job. Whatever it is, tell me what you're doing and tell me, firstly, you'll tell me what you're doing beside ECCA. Second, you'll tell me what papers, if you have cleared already, right? Or if you have appeared for any exam in the December attempt, let me know about that. And where are you from? Three things, all of you, I would request all of you to tell me quickly in the chat function here. Go on, everyone, please type it. Use the chat function. Please type in your introduction. Okay. Please message me your location as well. Where are you joining from? So, is this your first paper or not? Let me know that as well. If you have completed papers, which all papers you have done. Okay, Puneet says he prepared for the FR exam but didn't give it in December. Okay. I hope everything is fine with you, Puneet. Sujata is from Karnataka, currently doing job in Globus. And it's a marketing company and appeared FR in December 25. Very good. Ayushi is a student of Calcutta University, third year BCom. This is my first paper. Ayushi says it's a first paper. All right. This Disha, BCom student from Delhi University, appeared for FR exam in December attempt. I'm from Saharanpur, currently staying in New Delhi for studies. Okay. Nandini gave FR and going to give FM as the next paper. All right. Everyone, please respond to everyone in the chat so that other students can also read about your message. So, Akhila, just copy paste your message for everyone as well. And this is for your further classes also, everyone. Please use chat with everyone function for your messages. Don't just send us a message to me privately. Send it to everyone. Akila says working as accounts assistant in UK, got exemption for 5 papers. This is my first paper to appear, finished MCOM in 2000. Okay, 2014. All right. That bit is from Delhi. Currently, I'm a BCom student from Delhi University and I have cleared law and global exams. All right. So I see some of you are experienced and some of you are giving exam for the first time. Nothing to worry. Those of you who are giving the paper for the first time, don't worry at all. I'll prepare you as if everyone is giving the papers for the first time. So, Prateek, okay, pursuing CA final, completed diploma IFRS and enrolled agent. Okay, nice. Want to appear for FM and PM in March 26. All right. So, Pratik, have we met, interacted before in any other batch or something? Like, because I had exactly the same name student, so Pratik, they in one of my earlier batches. Then Jam, okay. Which paper had you taken the classes for, Supratik? FM only, right? Okay. So, did you attend? I think you attended all the lectures, right? Till the end only, but you didn't give the exam in December. Oh, you took only 5 classes. Okay, then my memory recall has been pretty good then. Good morning, says Tana Jim from Kolhapur. Student, and this is my first paper to appear in ACCA. I've completed BCom and IPCC. All right. So some of you from the CA background as well. All right. Have all of you sent in your messages? Anyone left? All right, I see all of you have responded. Very good. Now, we will start off with the orientation session. So, before we get into the orientation session about the exam and your paper, I'd like all of you to discuss a few things about our classes. So, we will be having weekend classes, that is Saturday, Sunday, 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. That's our regular batch time. For question practice, some of the questions which we will shortlist during our regular, timing only, Saturday, Sunday, we will shortlist some questions. And for your doubts, I will be keeping extra classes during the weekdays. I'll keep them during the same time, early morning, 7 a.m., but we will wrap up early. So if you want to join in for your college or for your job, anything, you can do so. So we will keep it early morning, 7 o'clock till 9:30, 10 to manage the questions which we shortlist so that we can complete the syllabus on time. So, what did I just say? I'll repeat. Our regular batch time would be from 7 a.m. to 12 p.m. on Saturday, Sunday, with your practice sessions, practice oblique doubt sessions, you may call them. So, if you have any doubts during your classes, like during the classes, if you get anything, you can of course ask me right away. You don't have to note them down. But after the class, when I ask you to practice the questions or when you revise the concepts, anything that you get, don't worry, just note it down. And I will be keeping doubt sessions during the weekdays, early morning. But it is not generally needed during the initial few classes. So once we are into full swing of the syllabus, I will schedule some class for you in the morning. I'll inform you you'll get a pre-information about it so that you can join and practice the questions along with me and ask your doubts if you have anything. Okay. So that's about our class schedule. So this batch is for the March exam, and I keep a cutoff of around 14th to 15th of February. Max to max, it might just go on to the next week, but I'll try to wrap up the syllabus by 14th to 15th of February. And you will get, so your exam happens on on Friday, right? So you will get ample good time to do a revision post the class is over. We'll consider that to be the ending date. If things go on too long, then it might get extended to the next week, which would be 21st to 22nd February. But that's a worst case scenario. We'll try to wrap up as much as early as possible, right? And our exam, your exam would be on 6th of February. So you'll get good time to revise. Always, but very, very important. Always try to study along with the classes. Please do not procrastinate. If you think you will do everything only after the syllabus is over, it's a big grand mistake you're making. You won't be able to pass the paper. That's something I can tell you for sure. So when you are studying, when you are taking the classes, make sure you go back home and study the questions, study the notes that I will share with you. Am I clear to everyone? So you will not practice only after the syllabus is over. You will practice along with the classes so that any doubt that you get, be it in any topic that we study in the class or any question practice that you do, you can get it resolved during the class sessions itself. You don't have to wait for a doubt class after the syllabus is over. That should be your, motive to do in the next 2.5 months that we're going to be spending together, right? So that is number one. Number two, we will be using the VGLD book in our class. Have all of you got the book? I see most of you have not got it. So once you register with the classes now, the team starts to dispatch the books. So in the, I mean, they'll take some time, but you'll get the books. So make sure you get them. And in the meanwhile, if you can just check with the team, they upload the ebook version on your LMS. So you might get that. Okay, before you get the physical copy. Okay, so you will be needing the VGLD book. We don't need any other book for the preparation. VGLD book would be sufficient. It is quite extensive. So, what are approaches? We cover everything, all the notes in our Excel files. Okay, and the question practice mostly is what we will do from the book. So you will be getting all the Excel files from me. Everything that is being discussed in the class, you will get it from me. Other than the VGLD book, that you will get from the VGLD team. So you'll have to just connect with them, ask them when you'll be getting the books. If you have already registered, they would quickly dispatch it. Also, you'll get the books on time. So notes and everything you'll get from me, other than the book. So our content, our syllabus will be covered using the VGLD book. You will get class notes. So all the notes will be there in your Excel files. You will get them as Excel files. So if you want to use them, just use them as it is. And we'll be doing question practice from VGLD book in our Excel file also. So you'll get the solutions also in Excel file. Right? So that is what we're going to do. If you want, you can do questions. I'll tell you which all questions from the study hub. Other than that, mostly all the questions from the study hub are covered in the VGLD book also. So you would not need to redo the questions from the study hub. There's no need to do any other publications book. Even it just leads to confusion. You'll start, because every book solves things in different ways. You have to follow a standardized approach and pass the paper. So just stick to this one publication. Make sure your concepts are very strong so that any question that comes your way, you are able to address it. Okay. So go with that approach that your concepts are rock solid. Any tweaks and turns which come in the question, you are able to handle it properly. Right? So that was around our preparation strategy. I'll keep on telling you things as we go along as well. But just to give you a start off, this is what the plan is. Computer-based exams, I'm sure some of you who have already appeared for the exam will know this, that the exam is a computer-based exam. You can appear for the exam in a center only now. Earlier, there was an option of remote-based exam, whereby you could appear for the paper from the comfort of your homes, but no longer. You have to give the exam at the center. It creates equality among all the students. Okay, it's a computer-based exam. So whatever practice that we are going to do in our classes, it's gonna be on a computer only. Make sure you join the classes on a laptop, not on your mobile phones. It's a practice paper. I'll be giving you questions to practice during the class also. So if you're joining using your mobile, you won't be able to do it. You will need Excel on your laptops for question practice. Okay, we will be solving the questions on Excel together. So make sure you join using laptop and your laptop has got Excel to solve the questions along with me. Okay. Because you have to be prepared for the exam right from the first day. I can't prepare you with pen and paper initially and expect you to give a computer-based exam after 3 months. So the preparation has to start today itself. Please solve everything that we discuss in Excel only. Then approach to examining. There is no choice in this exam. There is no choice in this exam. All questions have to be answered. There will be no optional questions. Every question will be mandatory. There is no negative marking. You will not be marked negative for any incorrect answer that you give. Exam duration is 3 hours and pass mark is 50%. Pass mark is 50%. Okay. So basically, it's a 100-mark paper. You need to get 50 marks to pass the paper. Okay. So there are three sections in the paper. There will be three sections, section A, B, C. Section A and B have objective test questions. It doesn't necessarily mean MCQ. Objective test is a different category. So section A and B are objective test questions, but yes, you don't have to write descriptive answers here. There will be different types of questions. We will see that in a sample paper very soon. So there will be different types of question in A and B, which will not require you to write descriptive answers, but one word answer or selecting a proper answer, match the following, like that. Then, and section C will have a constructed response. This is a descriptive answer question. You'll have to write detailed answer over here. So in section A, you will have 15 questions which carry 2 marks each. So 15 into 2, 30 marks go into section A. Then objective test, like there will be 3 questions here. However, how are they different from section A and B is, in section A, you get 15 individual questions. In section B, you will get 3 scenario-based questions, and each of these scenarios will have 5 sub-questions to it. So, 3 scenario-based questions, and each scenario will have 5 questions dependent on the same scenario. Whereas in section A, 15 questions, all of them will be separate. All of them will be independent. Okay. So 5 questions into, and again, here also each question will be carrying 2 marks. So 5 questions into 2 marks, 10 marks for each of these scenarios. So 3 into 10, 30 marks go into section B. Then we have section C. So section C will have 2 questions. 2 questions of 20 marks each. Again, this is also a scenario-based question. This is also a scenario-based question. What you need to know is that here the questions are not predefined. The questions are not predefined. There could be 2 question also, 3 question also, 4 question also, 5 question also. It's not defined anywhere and what marks they will carry. Of course, there would not be just one question of 20 marks each, right? There will be multiple questions. It will be broken down into different questions dependent on that scenario. So here you will get 2 scenarios. So number of questions 2, and both of them are scenario based, carrying 20 marks each. That is 2 into 20, 40 marks. So 60% of your paper is objective test and 40% of the paper is a subjective answer requirement. So total is 100 marks. And for these 100 marks, you will get 3 hours. The pass mark from ACCA is 50%, but that's not the pass mark for you. You have to aim for minimum 70% marks. That should be the level of your preparation. Don't even look at a figure below 70 marks when you're preparing for yourselves. Okay? ACCA sets this benchmark, but you have to set that higher benchmark. I'm telling 70, keep even that as the minimum. That's not something that you have to get. Give it as a minimum shot and go for a higher mark. That should be the level of your preparation. So 2 questions of 20 marks each, total is 40 in section C. So I hope you got a good idea of how the paper is gonna look like. I'll show you a past exam or a practice exam paper also so that you understand the category of questions. Till here, are all of you with me? Anyone having any query? If you have any doubt, please don't wait for me to ask you. If you have any doubt, just put it in the chat. I'll take them up along with the flow of the classes. Disha is clear. Others also just let me know if you have anything in mind, you want to cross question something, let me know. All done. All right. So let's move ahead then. The resources which you need for your preparation. Number one, trainings from VGLD, which you're getting from me here. That will be completely sufficient for you for your preparation. Number one. And of course, preparation training from VGLD along with the VGLD practice book. Then second is ACCA Study Hub. Ma'am, what is Study Hub? Let me take you to Chrome, my browser. You can also open it along with me. So just type in ACCA Study Hub on your browser as well. And you'll get this ACCA Study Hub, the first link itself. The first link itself. Do it along with me if you have not logged into the Study Hub till now. Click on the first link, ACCA Study Hub from accaglobal.com. Okay, and if you scroll down on this page, you will get alternate login. Have all of you gotten your My ACCA credentials? Have all of you got your My ACCA credentials? Akila has got it. I see a lot of you confirming. So you will be needing your ACCA credentials to log in. Just click on alternate login here. So you will get this page. Make it a bookmark so that you don't have to follow the long steps again and again, so that whenever you click on the bookmark, it opens right here. You will need to enter your username and password here, and then click on sign into My ACCA. Bookmark this page for your future login attempts. You don't have to follow the long steps of going to Google and typing in ACCA Study Hub. You can directly log in using this link. And you will see this on your screens, maybe with different tiles on your screen. So if you haven't opened FM paper till now, and you can find it on the not yet started tab. You will see it on the not yet started tab here. And if you scroll down, you will see financial management. You will see financial management. You haven't got the credentials, so just get in touch with your team. If you have registered, you will get the credentials once the registration process is complete. Okay. So if you scroll down, if you scroll down, you will see a tab like this one. In your not yet started section, if you have already started it, then you will start seeing it in the dashboard here or in the in progress section. So whatever papers you start, it starts showing in the in progress. Not yet started for papers you haven't studied. So I'm assuming none of you have started the FM dashboard. So once you find it in the not yet started tab, click on study. Click on study, and it will open up the platform, the ACCA Study Hub for the FN paper. These are the chapters in the paper. So we will follow the same sequence in our book also. And in here, so no need to go through this. You will study everything from the notes which I shared. You do not need this. Then you have got quizzes over here. You've got quizzes over here, chapter-wise quiz. See, there were 19 chapters. Here also you can see there are 19 quizzes. So after each chapter is completed, each quiz has got just 5 questions. So after each chapter is complete, appear for these 5 questions. Okay. And that should be all which you need from the study hub. Questions, as I told you, these are all past paper questions, so they are also included in the VGLD book. So you won't get new questions here mostly. So these will be common, so no need to practice the questions from here, as these are covered in the VGLD book. But quizzes is something you can definitely do from here. Flashcards, the chapter I told you, these are all the contents published by ACCA. So all the topics here one by one, but again, you will get notes for this, so no need to refer from here also. Flashcards are some commonly used terms in the FM paper. So it's like a list, it's a glossary or like a dictionary of the terms of finance paper. You can refer it, okay, for a quick revision, like what is hard capital rationing. You learn all of this in the syllabus, but then this becomes a quick, ready referencer. So what you can do is print it out and keep it with you. It will come out as a complete list. You will be learning about these concepts in your study. So, like what is swap, what is future contract, everything you will learn. So, what you can do is just take out a printout of this and keep it with you in your preparation documents. So, flashcard is something you can use. Quizzes are some of the questions you can try after each chapter is complete. Okay. So that's the ACCA Study Hub, something that you can use in your preparation journey. And lastly, we have ACCA CBE Practice Platform. Let's take a look at that as well. Again, please follow the steps along with me. Go to your browser, type in ACCA Practice Platform. And you will see a link from accaglobal.com, the first link itself. And if you scroll below, you will get a link like this, log into the practice platform. Click on this. Again, bookmark this as well. Bookmark this link so that you don't have to follow the long steps. You will just be able to log in directly here, because these are the 2 links which will be handy for you from your preparation point of view. So you should bookmark them. And here what you do is welcome to the ACCA practice platform, login. Again, you will be needing your My ACCA credentials to log into the platform. So because I'd already logged in on the study hub, it can read the credentials from there, and I've got logged in directly. But if you log in this first, you will need to enter your My ACCA credentials here as well. Okay. So this is what will appear on your screen. Okay, you will not see papers over here. I have already started some of the papers, so I can see papers here. But you won't be able to see them. So, ma'am, how do we get these papers? You have to click on Browse Available Exams. Okay. And then if you scroll down, you will see the financial management paper. For me, it is showing in the end. It may be in the end for you as well, or it may be somewhere else. Just please find that out. You will see a tab for financial management. Okay. If you click on the scroll down button, you will see all of these practice papers in front of you. Okay, you will see all of these practice papers in front of you. Click on, so basically, FM Practice Exam 1. Please look at this carefully. FM Practice Exam 1, Practice Exam 2, and pre-December. That is the attempt just gone by. Pre-December 2025 mock exam. Only these 3 papers will be complete papers, including section A, B, and C. For the past papers, like September, December 24th, September, December 23, like that, All these past papers which you can see over here, they only publish section C questions. Okay, here also FM specimen exam will also have a full paper. So 4 full papers you get, and five, basically this 22, 25, these 3 papers. These are your past papers. However, they will just have section C questions, not section A and B. You can use them for practice. This is a blank workspace. It will just have empty workspace, no questions in here. So let's just open up the pre-December 2025 mock exam. So I want to show you how the paper looks like. I already have it opened. So what you will have to do is FM pre-December 2025 mock exam, click on assign. Okay, do it along with me. Click on assign. Do the steps along with me, please. So click on assign, and then once you are done, scroll up and click on view assignments. Okay, and you will see this opening up for you. FM pre December 25 mock exam. You will see something like this, and you have to click on start. Ready to start? Yes. Okay. So now you click on next. These are all the exam introduction, like your exam will be a 3 hour exam and everything. So click on next. Next. These are all the exam instructions. I will walk you through them. The exam summary, which we have already covered. All questions are compulsory. So if you click on next, we will now start the exam. These are only exam instructions. So first we will be seeing section A. Ma'am, do we have to appear in this order only? Can we just go forward and not come backward? No. See, once I just clicked on starting the exam, previous button also showed up. You can just go ahead, go back as per your convenience. So if you want to appear for even section C questions first, you can do that. Okay. So I'll just first acclimatize you with all the buttons showing on the screen. So here you see the navigator button. All the questions of the paper can be visited just by clicking on it from here on the navigator button. So from question 1, if I just want to go to question 10, if I click on question 10, I'll land on question 10. See, question 10. This is question 10 for you. Ma'am, how do you know this is question 10? Look at here. Look here. 10 of 36. There are 36 questions total. So question number 10 over here. Okay. So these are all the questions. You can just quickly navigate to them anytime. That's question number 1 for you. I've come back again using the navigator button. I can go forward and backward using these buttons. Then here you have the help or formula sheets. Help may not be of much use because you will be aware about all of this from before. You should, of course, not be waiting for the exam to start to know what your instructions are. You should be knowing them from before. This, it is available over here. Then we have formula sheets. So formula sheets, some of the formula are available to you in here, okay? So this is the one-pager formula. We'll be learning a lot of formula in the FM paper, but some of them are available for you here itself. Okay, so any day if you want to check whether a particular formula will be available to you in your exam or not, just log into any paper and you will get this button over here, help or formula sheet. You will get this in exam also. So this formula sheet will be available. Okay. Then you will see a present value table over here. So present value table is basically something you can use. So this table gives you the present value for the different discount rates and different years. So up to 10% till 15 years. Again here, 11 to 20% up to 15 years. So you can directly pick up the numbers from this table when you are needing the present value. And similarly, you have the annuity table given to you. So whenever you need the annuity factor, you can take up the annuity factor from here. Okay. And then there are exam instructions and something you will already know it. So the sheet which will be useful for you here would be the formula sheet. Then, so these were the buttons at the bottom. Now you will see a scratch pad over here. Scratch pad is like your rough sheet. When you go for a center-based exam, anyways, you will get physical rough sheets also. Okay, they will hand over some blank pages to you. You can use them, and I would suggest to use that only instead of using a scratch pad over here. But yes, it is available and it does not get submitted to the examiner. So even whatever you write over here, you don't have to worry about doing it properly, writing in a format. No, it won't get submitted to the examiner. Okay, so that's about the scratch pad. Then you have the highlight function. Like for example, while reading, if you want to highlight something, let's say I want to highlight this, I can select it. Okay, so it will highlight. It has got multiple color options. You can highlight in different colors. But I don't see much utility of it in exam. Then strike through is available. So if you don't want to consider any information further, you can just strike it off like this. See? And then you have a calculator available. It is not recommended to use this calculator. It's very clumsy, to be honest, to be clicking so many things on your screen. But yes, you have it on your screen. You can use it. So you are allowed to carry a physical calculator to your exam as well. You can carry a scientific calculator or your regular normal calculator. Also, both of them are fine. Okay. Uh, so you can use either. It's just that the rule says that the calculator should not be storing text. You can't be having preloaded text on it. But yes, you can use both of them, scientific and standard, whatever you're comfortable with, use it. Of course, scientific calculator gives you a lot more functions like square root, power, and everything of different integers also you can do very easily on the scientific calculator. So, however, this digital version of the calculator is available over here. You are very much allowed to carry physical calculators to your exam. Then close all will close this tab. Don't have to do that. Flag for review. So while you are attempting the paper, you are not very confident of the answer that you got for this question. So you flag it for review so that once the paper is over, you can come back to this question, revisit it. Okay. So that is something you can do. So once you flag it for review now, let me just flag this question for review. See, I flagged it. It got colored here. In the navigator, see, I'll start seeing an icon over here. So once I'm done with all the questions, I can still see that. Look at this. Let's say I've come to question number 30. I want to see what questions I have flagged for review. I can just quickly jump to question number 1 and come back to it. Okay, the examiner doesn't know what you have done or not. All the paper questions will get submitted except for your scratch pad. So even if you have marked a question for review, you have selected one of the options that will get submitted for evaluation, even if you don't get the time later on. So don't worry about using it so much. You can use it if you want to revisit any question. Okay. So in this way, you will get the questions. Now that was about an introduction of all the elements on your screen. Now let me show you the different category of questions that you get. So firstly here, what you can see is it's like an MCQ question. You have multiple choices available and you have to select one of the options out of it. Once you solve it, you will get the answer. Then again, this is also MCQ type of a question. They have given you three statements and you have to select which all are necessary. Correct. Then this is also an MCQ based question. You will learn about these topics. I'm not reading the question. This is more like a matching question. You will have to select one of them. I'm randomly selecting some of the options here. Okay, so you will select. Then this is a typing question. You will have to type in your number. Let's say I'm typing in 34 randomly. Okay. So what is the cost of equity? I've typed in a random number, 34%. And it says to the nearest percentage. That means you do not have to give any decimal place. So even if I try to put in a decimal, it throws in an error. The input does not match the expected format. So I was just trying to press decimal on my laptop. It is showing an error. It is not allowing me because the nearest percentage means you have to avoid decimal places. Okay. Yes, Sujata. Whatever you have selected in the questions that you typed for flag for review, they will get submitted. Okay. Next category question. Which two are true in the situations? You have to select two options here. You can select multiple, but of course, don't do that mistake. You have to select two, and you will get, please listen to me carefully, there is no partial marking in these questions. You will have to select both the correct options to get 2 marks. If even one of your option is correct, it's not like you will get 1 mark, you will get 0. So both the options have to be correctly selected. In fact, even in this category question, all four of your answers have to be correct. There will be no 0.5 marks or 1 mark or 1.5 marks. Either you get 0 or you get 2. You have to correctly select all the options. Let me be very clear, there is no partial marking in section A and B category questions. You have to select all the questions correctly to get your marks. And here you can see there are square check boxes. Whenever you are asked to select multiple answers now, they will give you square check boxes. Over here, if you see when you have to select just one of the options, you will get circle check boxes. Okay, you can select just one of them. You can't even select multiple, even if you try to. Click on next. Okay, again, this is an MCQ category question. MCQ, 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 but with multiple choices. Just if you look at these square check boxes, you should know that the question must be requiring me to select multiple options. Even if you select one, it will get marked incorrect. So please be very careful when you're looking at the questions. Then what is the TERP per share and rights issue per share? You have to drag and drop. See how I'm dragging? I just selected it, dragged it, and put it here. Similarly here. So these are the type of questions you can get. Okay, drag and drop also. Then next MCQ type of a question. They gave you the numbers for the different options. You have to select. Then next MCQ with multiple choice. Section B also. So as I was telling you, there would be a scenario in section C. You can see there is a scenario given to you on the left hand side. And here you will see the following scenario relates to question number 16 to 20. We are on question number 16. And this is the scenario. This is the question. Okay, MCQ based question. And if I click on next, the scenario will not change. From question number 16 to 20, the scenario will remain the same. Your question only will change on the right hand side. Okay, the scenario will not change, the question will change. So that is something. Then if I click next here, again, the question changes, scenario remains the same. Like that. Okay, so till question number 20, you can see these are the 5 questions. Now, when I move to question number 21, the scenario changes. Okay, in Zola company scenario, this is the way they are giving you the details and the questions based on the scenario. Okay, again, MCQ based questions only. 5 questions here. Then the third scenario, look at this, relates to question 26 to 30. These are this is the scenario, this is the question. Different, see, pick and choose, pick up one of the options and just select it. Different category questions. And that was all about section A and B. You can see the way the scenarios were given to you and the questions based on it. Then you have section C questions. I told you there will be 2 scenarios. Let's see how the scenarios are and the type of question you get and the type of response options you get. That is also very important to observe. So this is the scenario. It relates to 3 requirements. Okay, we will be looking at those requirements one by one. So this is the first requirement, calculates the market value after tax weighted average cost of capital of Banbury Company. So they have given you the scenario, the details regarding the Banbury Company. Over here, you have to use them. Let us say, you give a heading here. Calculation of weighted average cost of capital. We call it WACC. You have given a heading. Now you can make it bold. Okay. So you can select this. And now let's make the table. Source, then market value. Wait. Okay, like that. You will be learning about this, don't worry. And cost. And then you get, let's say, weighted cost. In this way, you will make a table. You have the option to drag. If I double click C, the column auto adjusted its width. Look at this, please. I don't need to adjust this. Weighted cost I need to adjust. I'll double click it. Okay. Let's say write on equity, debt, the value 100. See, look at how the functions also work. The same way as in Excel. Equals to sum, open bracket, selected, close the bracket, 200. Weight, 100 by 200. You will need to put dollar symbol so that you can freeze the cell. Then Control C. You can use Control C, Control V functions. You can convert them into percentage by selecting it. Percentage, 50%. So let's say the cost of equity is 10%. You can use the percentage shift 5 on your keyboards also to get the percentage sign. So 10%. Then here, let's say it is 7%. Weighted cost, 50% into 10%. 50% into 7%. If you want to convert them into percentage with 1 decimal place, let's say, I get it, and then I sum it up, and this is your WACC. Okay, this is your WACC. I've chosen random numbers. You can make them bold, select it. Click on B over here. You can auto adjust the length again if you want. Okay, and that is done. Okay, so this is the way you will use your response options. Now, can you walk us through all the options available? I showed you the use of some of these options, but let's do a walkthrough of all the options here. This is the font size, not useful. See, I'll tell you clearly if it is useful or not. Not useful in exam. You can just directly type in with whatever font size they have auto-selected. No need to increase and decrease. Then bold function I showed you. Italics. I hope you know what italics is. It just changes the slant of the content. Then here, underline also you can do. If you want to color the text, let's say I want to make this red, you can do that. If you want to fill the background of the cell, let's say I want to fill the answer, final answer in a different color, I'll put it in green color. So that is something I can do. Okay. Then alignment, basically left alignment, center alignment, right alignment, something you can do. Then if you want to show these numbers in multiple decimal places, you can do that as well. Okay. Then if you want to customize it, let's say you don't want any decimal places, that is also something you can do. Decimal place is 0. Okay. It will remove the decimal places. Weight as a percentage you can put. These are some of the custom formatting available to you. Okay, but not very useful. This function won't be useful to you. Then percentage sign, I've shown you the use. If I want to show something as a fraction, again, not very important. You can ignore it, not needed at the FM paper. And again, this is also not needed. Format as a date time. Let's say I write 11th September 25. It will automatically format it as a date. Okay. So you don't have to really do something. If I just write it as a date, it gets formatted as a date automatically. Then here you have the reset function. It will reset everything that you have written here. Don't do it. Okay. It will just make everything blank. Then you have the cut, copy, and paste function available. But Control C, Control X, and Control V will work equally. So I would suggest you to use that rather. Then undo and redo button. Undo is basically if I want to control Z something. See, I control Z and the 11 September 25 date which I wrote, it just evaporated. If I do control Y, it will redo the step. So undo, redo is something you can do from your keyboard also. So your control C for copy, control X for cut, control V for paste. Then control Z for undo, control Y for redo. These will work. You can use these shortcuts directly. Anyways, they are available on your screen also, but if you know the shortcuts, it's better. It can save some time for you. So you can do it. Okay. So that's how you have computed the VAC over here. If you want to delete some content, you can also press the delete button on your keyboard. See, I just pressed delete on my keyboard over here. It deleted it. You can press the delete button to delete the entire content. If I want to edit some content, I can just double click here. Let's say market. I want to write something else between these terms. I can double click on the cell and it will allow me to edit it. Did you get an idea of the functions over here? You also can see format button over here. Ma'am, what is this format button? You can see bold, italic, underline, something you can do. Row height, column width. You can adjust if you want to change it from here also, you can do it. And you can do it from there also, but I would suggest doing it directly from here. I'll do Control Z and it comes back to the original way. Then again, I click Format. If I now click on Format Cells, you will see some more options appearing over here. So number alignment, I've already shown you what you can use it for, like date, time. Default setting of the date format is DDMMYY. You can change it from here. Then alignment, you can use. There's this one function, wrap text, which is not available outside. So if you want to wrap the text in just one cell, you can do it. So if you don't want to change the width of the cell, you can use the wrap text button. Like I'll show you, for example, 1 second. I reduce the length. So this is just showing us market here. So what I do, I go to format cells, alignment, wrap text. Okay. Apply. Okay. It's not working here. Should have wrapped it. Not working on the platform, but this is the purpose of this function. It's a formatting function. If you want, you can just do a double click and the width of the column will change. I think that is a better option. Ideally, it should have worked. Somehow, I think this platform is not doing it right now, but it should work. It must be a bug on the platform only. So you can wrap the text, it will just wrap the content, the height of the cell changes. So that's about alignment. Otherwise, your left, right, center, all of these are available over here. You can do it directly. Then you have border functions. If you want to put borders to your table, again, I'll not tell you to waste your time on all this in exam. Anyways, the grid lines are visible. The examiner can also see them. So you can let it be. Do not waste your time in exam. Okay. So let's say I have put this. Look at this. This is the way in which the borders can be used if you want. But again, I'll not recommend this. You need to be saving time if you can. So these are all the format cell functions available to you. Okay, which you can use. Am I clear with all the keys appearing over here? Anything you want to ask? Whether this will work, that will work or not, you can let me know. That was a walkthrough of the Excel answer response. If I click next, you will see this is a word format option available to you. So let's say this is a sample answer. I've written something. Now, what all functions are available? Reset, same as what we saw. Cut, copy, paste available to you. You can, in fact, one more interesting thing you should know is you can copy from the question also. So look at this. Control C. I just pressed Control C on my keyboard, selected it, pressed Control C, and if I press Control V, you can see I can copy paste from the question. That function is available to you. Then undo redo button, again your Control Z, Control Y will work. This is find and replace. If you want to find something, find some word, replace it. Not very useful for exam. Anyways, your answer is not going to be too long. But still, let's say I want to replace answer with something else. So I click on find and replace. Replace with what? I want to replace it with solution. So find and then replace. See, the word changed from answer to solution. So if you want to do it across the entire document, then you can do that as well using the binoculars key over here, bold, italics, underline, strike through, subscript and superscript. Ma'am, what is subscript and superscript? Again, not very useful. So for example, this KE. So generally this KE denotes cost of equity. I will be telling you to write it as it is for exam so that you don't waste your time in doing subscript and superscript. But yes, you can. So if I select this E and if I click on subscript, it moves it to this. If I want to move it to an superscript, I select it, click on this. It goes in the top. So this, like if you want to write something as a power, you can do it. So it is available, subscript, superscript functions, not very useful, but you have it. And clear formatting, not very useful. Paragraph, again, you would not want to change it. If you want to insert a table, let's say you are writing a answer, and this is useful, okay? Let's say you are writing advantages, okay? Advantages of VAC. You want to write it in a tabular format because a lot of times we'll be learning the concepts in tabular formats. If you want to also write it in tabular format, you can do that. You can change so you can write your headings over here. Let's say advantages of VAC. Representative of market value. See how it is just wrapping the text also clearly. I press the tab button on my keyboard. Shift tab brings me back. Look at this. I'm telling you the keys I'm pressing on my keyboard also. So I was here, right? While I was typing, I press the tab button. It makes me go to the next cell. I can write down it represents. So this tabular approach is very, very good for your exam. It makes your answer so clear and crisp for the examiner. So I'm writing some sample things over here. It represents the market value of the sources of finance, like this. Okay, then again I press tab. It makes me land on the next cell. You should be knowing this, keys. so that you can save your time. You don't have to move your cursor every time. Okay. So in this way, you can write your answer, make this column bold so that it's, sorry, you can make this column bold so that it becomes like a subheading and your explanation over here. Okay. You can add or delete rows and columns. These functions will be available to you. So once you're in a table format, these keys automatically appear on your screen. You can use it. Delete column, delete row, anything. So you can do it. So if let's say I want to delete this row, I click on this. See, it is getting deleted. Look at, okay. So you can use these keys. Ma'am, can I add or delete rows and columns in my Excel answer response option? Let's find out. But I'll tell you, you can't. There's no option. Look at this. There's no option to add or delete rows or columns. You don't have it. You can add it in the table which you have created, add or delete, but you can't do it on the Excel response option. Let me be clear. If you write something, you want to move it, you will have to do Control X and Control Y. You will have to do Control X and Control Y. You will not be able to do it by inserting columns or rows. So be very, very careful when you're using these functions. Okay, so that is one thing. These are the advantages. And here you again get to table I discussed, left, center, right, justified alignment, then bulleted list. Let's say you want to write something in bullets. You don't want to create a table, you want to write in bullets. That also you can do. Or if you want to create a numbered list, let's say I want to make this a bulleted point. Look at this, how I made it a bulleted point. You can make a numbered list also like this. You can do it. If I press enter, it will automatically create point number 2. So like that, you can use this. Then this is indenting. Ma'am, what is indenting? Let's say I write something here. I want to indent it. Look at what I mean. So X dividend is this. If I press tab also, it creates an indent. Okay, I'm just pressing tab on my keyboard right now and you will see the indent changing. The same thing which you will get by doing this also. Increase indent. Increase indent. I clicked here. It created this. I do Control Z and I press tab on my keyboard while I'm here. It again creates this indenting. If I press Shift Tab, it will take me back. If I write tab, it will just take me to the right side. Let's say I want to write some sub point of this. I can use this function indenting. If I don't want to keep it, I can decrease the indent also. And I can increase the indent multiple times. See, I can create it multiple times. As much right as I want to go, I can do it. Let's say sub point 1. I press enter. It again creates an indented point. If I don't want to create that indented point, I can press Shift Tab. It took me back. Or I can click on decrease indent also. If I create tab, it creates this. If I want to create further subpoint 2. See, this is also something I can do. I press enter, it will now open in a subpoint 2 format. I can press Shift Tab. It takes me back to the subpoint 1. Again, Shift Tab, it takes me point back here. So this is something you can do in your response options. These are all the keys. I hope I'm clear. Anyone having any doubt, please let me know. Yeah. I'm sure those of you who have given exams before, you must be finding it very basic. But those of you who are appearing for the exam for the first time, this is very crucial for you to know what your answer response are going to look like so that you can prepare properly. Okay, so some of the advanced Excel shortcuts which we use, they will not work in your Excel version over here. So be aware of what will work, what will not work, right? So in this way, you can get all the questions. See, it was mentioned now that there are 3 requirements. You can see there are 3 requirements, part A, B, C, and this adds up total to 20 marks. This is part C, and now the scenario will change if I click next. From Banbury, it changes changed to Greatrix company. And now here again we have 3 requirements. It could be 2 also, it could be 4 also. This is not predefined. Let me be very clear. Here they're asking you to calculate the equivalent annual cost. It carries 10 marks. If I click next, it will show me the next question. Discuss why replacement blah blah blah. Carries 4 marks. So 10 plus 4, 14. And the balance 6 marks over here. The response options are of 2 types only, Excel and Word, which I have explained to you in detail. Okay. So once you are done attempting all the questions, you click on next and you will see what you attempted, what you did not even open. So you can see them here. Okay. From question number 1, question number 14, question number 25 to 36. All of these questions you can see in your screen right away. If you want to just go back to any of the flagged questions, let's say you want to go back, just click here, you will land back on question number 1. Okay. Then, okay, if you want to again go back to the review screen, go back here. And I want to end the exam now. I've attempted all the questions. I've seen all the flagged questions, everything I've done. Now I want to end the exam. Click on End Exam button over here. End exam. It will ask you, do you want to end the exam? Yes, it will again ask you, do you want to end the exam? Because if you click this, you will not be able to reopen your exam. The exam will get submitted. So are you sure you want to end the exam? Yes. And the exam will be over. And the exam will be over. So that was about viewing an exam and knowing how it's going to look like for you. Now, ma'am, I want to see the answers. Is that possible? How do I see the answers? Like what I've done, is it correct or not? So if you just go back to the same screen where you were seeing the assignments, you will see that the Start Exam button here has changed to Mark Exam button. Okay. So if I click on this, Mark Exam, confirm you want to see, yes. And so for the section A and B, they will give you a score yourself. I did not attempt the questions. So I got 0 of the one, like for example, this one I had selected 45 days and I had flagged for review also. So Sujata, since you asked me, ma'am, will it get submitted? See, it got submitted. It tells me that the option that you selected is wrong and this you did not select. So you're not getting any mark over here, 49 days. The rationale for the calculation is given to you over here. Like why 49 days, the justification is given. And in the same way, you can get the answers for all the questions, even if you did not attempt them. Let's, for example, I open this question number 14. Let it load. This is the question. I did not select anything, so that's why it's just showing me one yellow line. Rationale, why this is the right answer, that is also something that you will get over here. In the same way, you will get your answers for the other questions also. Let's say, for example, this question number 32. So what I wrote will be available over here. Okay, what I wrote, they will not be auto marking section C questions. They don't have the capability to do it. And then how do I know what I've written is right or wrong? Where's the model answer? So click here, sample answer and marking guide, click here. And you will get the answer here. Question number 32. This is question number 32, part B. And this is your answer. And you will see that they give you stepwise marks in section C. For section A, what did I tell you? That there will be no step marking. But in section C, you can see that the examiner gets the instructions. So this was a 4-mark question, right? So this is 4-mark question and how they can give you the marks. So 1 to 2 marks if you have covered this point, market value. If you have covered the point on book value, you will get 1 to 2 marks. Why preferable? You will get 1 to 2 marks. So this is the marking scheme which is given to the examiner also. So if you have covered one of the points which is available in the market scheme, you will get the mark for it. If you have not covered the second, you won't get the mark for it for sure. But yes, there is step marking. And one more thing, we are going to emphasize it further in our class discussions also, how you have to write your answer. You can see the model answer over here. It is written, it was a 4-mark question. The answer is written in four small, crisp paragraphs, each paragraph carrying one to two sentences only. Because a lot of times you only will later ask me, ma'am, how much should I write? What should be the length of my answers? This is what you have to follow. Like if it's a 4 mark question, try to write in four different paragraphs with each paragraph containing 1 to 2 lines max. It's all about how much uniqueness you can put in your answers. It's never about the length. If you are writing crisp points in your answers, you will get the marks because this is the type of marking scheme which the examiner gets. And in this way, you can see the answer for all the questions. Let's say I move to question number 34. You will see my answer over here because I did not write anything. So it's nothing showing over here, but the suggested answer is visible over here. You might not be able to see it on your class screen, but definitely if you open up the platform, you'll be able to see the screen. Okay. So you don't get the option to download this. You can save it as an image only. You can't save it as an Excel file, but you can just copy it as an image. Okay. If you want to paste it in your Excel files, you can do that. So let's say, for example, I copy this and I go to my Excel file. I'm just making you aware about all the features which are available to you. Let's say I'm opening any random Excel file and I press Control V. It pastes it as an image only. Okay, you can do that if you want to just save across all the answers. You can do this. Okay. Again, let's come back. In this way, you will get the answers. Okay. This is a walkthrough of your exam paper and answers you will get only in your practice platform, not for the real exam. You will get your results later only after 1 month. Okay, so just to tell you that yes, in this way you can see the model answers also. I hope all of you were able to follow the steps. Later also, if you want to see the steps, see this is just the first class, you might forget it because this is a new platform for you. So I have made a video of the entire steps. I have a channel which goes by the name of CA Anushka Jain ACCA. So if you just check that out, I have uploaded a video of this also. If you want to see the steps later, you can refer to that. Okay. So just again, goes by the name Anushka Jain, CA, ACCA. Just check it out. If you later want to check out the steps, I keep uploading different videos relating to ACCA also. So you can refer there. But again, you will get a recording of this lecture also. You can watch there as well. So that was about a walkthrough of the practice platform. Now, when you're done, just click on exit. You're done. And that's done. So this, you can just hide the assignment later if you're done with it. Or you can let it be. If you want to see the same answers later, you will get to see the option over here. Okay. So that was about the practice platform. If I go back to the deck again, these are the three important resources which you need. Trainings from VGLD, which will go on with me, ACCA Study Hub, and then ACCA CBE Practice Platform. Now, what are the skills that you need? Number one, practice questions on Excel and Word, something that I've already told you that if you want to succeed in the exam, prepare in the right way. Start from day one that you practice on Excel and Word only. Then, as I was telling you just now, one idea per mark. If it's a 4 mark question, write in 4 paragraphs. And it's not like you have to write long, lengthy paragraphs. You just have to write 1 to 2 sentences per paragraph and should be completely fine. So one idea per mark, quality over quantity. Use headings and paragraphs. Like I was telling you in that tabular format, if you give those subheadings, write the explanation, nothing like it. As much as you can tabulate, do it. Okay. So give headings and then the paragraph explaining those headings. Label and cross-reference workings. This is more from practical question point of view. when you will be solving longer questions, you will learn this with me. I am like really pro into doing this. I can't have vague workings all around. You should always cross reference your workings. If you have done some calculation in a note, write it in a paragraph and then do the note working below. You will learn this along with me as we get into the question practice also. So label and cross reference workings. Rule of elimination in objective test questions. See, it's very natural. The questions you get, you may not be able to get to the answer, correct answer. Choose the correct answer in the first shot. So, in the questions where you get stuck, you can follow the rule of elimination. Ma'am, what do you mean by what do you mean by rule of elimination? So, you saw the different types of questions. You get four options. Now, let's say one option you know is clearly not the answer. Deselected. That is not going to be my focus point any further. Then you look at the remaining three options. Now you will start to feel that, okay, even one of the other options is also not correct. You're left with just two options where you have to make a choice. Maybe you're confused between them. So make a choice between these two rather than doing a random A, B, C, D, any selection. You have narrowed down your search. It increases your probability of a correct answer. See, if you selected any random answer, the probability was 25% if there are four options. But if you are making a choice out of two options only, your probability of getting a correct answer is 50%. It just increases your probability of getting the answer right. So please follow rule of elimination in objective test questions. Okay? And use formula like I was showing you also some of the formula. You can use formula like sum, NPV, IRR. You will learn it along with me in the classes. Right? A lot of different complicated formula won't work. You will not even need them. But yes, the basic ones which will work and which you can use, only those I will be discussing in the class. So these are primarily the skills which you require to pass the paper. Any doubts, anyone? Let me know. No? Alright. Perfect. So time allocation. Long slide, but I'll tell you in very brief. This is something you have to really follow because a lot of times, see the type of feedback which I get from the students, a lot of times what will happen? You knew everything in the paper, all the questions you knew because you've done it. But you did not manage your time well. You were short on time, you could not attempt the question. It happens mostly, I'm telling you, with section C questions. If you don't manage your time well, you will not have time left for section C questions properly. You will rush through it, but please understand it is carrying 40 marks, which is very, very crucial. Okay. So I'll come back to your doubt, Disha. So, very, very crucial to manage your time properly in exam. What did I tell you? It's a 3-hour exam. That is what 3 into 60, 180 minutes, 100 marks. So 1.8 minutes per mark rule. Okay. So if it's a 2-mark question, each question in section A or section B questions 2 into 1.8, that is what 3.6, 3.5 minutes. Like, okay, so 3.5 minutes is what you should give for each of the questions. Ma'am, but should we be micromanaging so much? No. So what you should be aiming for is, let's say, your section A has got 15 questions. I hope all of you are able to follow me. 1.8 minute per mark. Then each 2 minutes should be done in 3.5 minutes. No, don't get into so much micromanagement. You should be managing at a section level. So if you have started with section A first, that's got 15 questions. Try to complete it in 54 minutes. Try to complete it in 54 minutes. Ma'am, how are you getting this? 54, 15 into 3.6. 15 questions of 2 marks each, 2 marks each. That is 3.6 minutes. So 15 into 3.6, if you do, you'll get 54 minutes. So section A, try to complete it in about 50 minutes. Keep a good uh, look at your watch whenever you're attempting the paper. Time your response. Maximum 50 minutes is what you have to take in solving your section E questions. If you're not able to do it, please move on to the next section. Flag the remaining questions which you are not able to attempt for review so that you can come back to them later. Ma'am, why are you telling us this? Because a lot of times it will happen that you will get stuck in any one particular question, and that might eat away the time which you should have used judiciously for other questions where you could have easily scored the marks. They were easy ones. But just because you panicked and overspent time on any one question, you might lose the marks of the good questions. So that is why time management is very crucial. Keep a good tab on your time, the time that you have an exam. Keep moving ahead. Don't get stuck. That is where time management will be very, very useful for you. So in the same way, like section B will also take about 54 minutes. Each question should take you about 18 minutes in section B. And then section C, two questions. Each question should take you about 36 minutes and total 72 minutes. And you can attempt the questions in any order. My suggestion would be to go in section A first, B next, and C next. Go in the same order as the questions appear in your exam. A lot of times students find comfort in starting section C questions first. Again, I will leave it to your comfort. My suggestion would be to go in the order of A, B, C. Sequentially, if you go, you will be able to, develop your presence of mind also accordingly. Your marks, you can keep on getting those marks. Like, say, you have attempted 15 questions of section A. You will have the comfort in your mind that, okay, 30 marks done, and also you don't have to write descriptive answers, so it gets easier like that. And then you get into the flow of the exam. You also get a little faster while you're dealing with section C questions. Otherwise, if you take up section C first, you start with a very slow pace. And that's, I'm sure you have written so many exams in your life till now. You will know this. The way the speed the brain gets towards the end is definitely higher. And it's natural. And that's okay. So you get a little quick to deal with section C questions later. So go in the same order. But again, it is very much possible that you, while you are practicing, you find out that you are more comfortable in dealing with section C questions first. You can do that. Examiner doesn't care. It's just you and your comfort. Whatever you are comfortable with, go with that. Okay. Then approach should be to attempt easier ones first to make yourself reach a comfortable spot with marks. So that in your mind, you know that okay, I have written the answers for 40 marks, 50 marks, 60 marks. So you reach a very comfortable spot. Okay. So that is where time allocation becomes really, really crucial. I'm telling you all of this from the first class itself so that you are well prepared. Whenever you are preparing, keep these things in mind. Teacher says, since section A and B have objective test question, no need to practice them on Excel. Absolutely right. You can practice them on pen and paper because anyways you will get a rough pad. You can use a calculator for dealing with section A and B category questions. Definitely. Because ultimately section A and B, you will not get Excel. Ma'am, can we somehow get Excel? See, I'll tell you. A lot of times, it will be easier for you to perform a calculation on Excel, even if it's a section A or B category question. In that case, what you should do is just go to any question of section C. You will definitely get one spreadsheet for sure, I can tell you that. So you perform the calculation over there. Let's say you have to do a power based calculation. Okay, let's say you have to do 10 raised to the power of 2.5, just for example. If you do it on your calculator, on your regular calculator, it takes a lot of time. If you use a scientific calculator, then it's fine. But if you're carrying a regular calculator and you want to do this type of a calculation, what you should do is go to any section C question, perform the calculation there, note down the number on your rough pad or your rough sheets which you will get, and use it in section A or B. Because anyways, section A or B, the flow, how you arrived at the answer doesn't matter. They just look at the answer in section A and B. Anyways, it is computer mark. No human will even look at how you arrived at your answer. So section A and B, if you want, you can just quickly jump onto any section C question, do the calculation there, and come back to section A or B. Okay. And section C, you are marked for the flow. You should never, ever, I'm repeating, you should never, ever perform the calculation on a calculator and hard code those numbers in an Excel cell. All the calculations should come in a flow in your section C response answer only. Nothing to be done on the calculator and hard coded on your Excel. It should all be linked and solved. And you're going to learn all of that with me in the classes. Am I clear? So all the questions which I will be doing, I'll be doing it in Excel so that I can share across those files with you for your future studies. But yes, section A and B category questions you can practice on pen and paper with a calculator. That will be better. Till here, anyone having any other query, please let me know. Okay. All right. So if there are no doubts, then let's move ahead. So that's all from the orientation point of view. So you will be getting these files on your LMS. Have all of you got access to your LMS? Please confirm. So I see some of you have got, some of you have not got. Those of you who have not got, have you registered yourself? They'll be giving you the access only once you register yourself. Okay, then please get in touch with an admin member. They will definitely give access to the LMS. That's a prerequisite. You will get, you will need the access for sure for accessing the classes and for accessing the notes also. So those of you who have not got access, please get in touch with your counselor or whoever is coordinating with you, the coordinator at your end. Please get in touch, get your versions of the books, get your access to the LMS. You will need it for your live class updates and your notes. Clear? They will help you out, nothing to worry. They will give all of this for sure. There's no problem over there. They might not have given you till now. Just ask them, they will give it to you. Okay, so you don't have to take screenshots or anything. You won't need to do that. You will get all the files which I show in my class. You will get all of them on your LMS. So make use of it. Now, let's do some building blocks exercises. So there is this formula sheet which I have here. I will share across this with you. It will come handy. So these are all the formula which you will see in your paper here, FM paper. So I've made a quick summary of all those formula. Look at this. It'll be very, very useful. In this way, all the formula you're gonna learn. See, you learn about cost of equity, something I was telling you while we were looking at the response option cost of different securities. All of this I've summarized here. You will get it. You'll get this file, and you can use it as a quick reference, just like you had those flashcards on the ACCA Study Hub. You can make use of this as well to help you in your preparation. Okay, the different ratio and their formula. We'll be going through them as and when the topic comes in our syllabus in the relevant chapter that we are studying. But this will be a quick help for you during your exam time when you have to revise so many formula. So this will come handy. Okay. Now, rounding off. So for your exam now, rounding off, knowing the rules of rounding off is very important. If you do not round properly, I told you section A and B will be evaluated by a computer. So they will not see whether you got the answer correctly. It's just that you made a rounding error. They will mark it incorrect. So you have to round off properly. I'm telling you, please consider this very important. You may lose the marks even if you have done everything correctly, if you just round incorrectly. Okay. So let's try. And I've given some samples over here. Rounded. So if the question tells you to round to the nearest dollar, what will you put in your answer box here? What will you put in your answer? If the question, if while you're solving, you're getting 432.11 in your calculator, what will you put in the answer box? You have to round to the nearest dollar. Absolutely right. 432. Absolutely right. Then, next question. Rounded to one decimal place. Rounded to one decimal place. What will you put in the answer box? So, what you have to do in this case, it's very basic. All of you must have learned it in class 5, 6. If you have to round up to one decimal place, now you have to look at the number immediately after that. If it is 5 and above, you do an upper rounding. Basically, you all got it right. It will be 432.5. Okay. Then, question number 3. Rounded to one decimal place. What will you put in your answer box? You're getting this on the calculator. What will you put in your answer box? Absolutely correct. It will be 432.4. I can see that it is 1. Basically, any number from 0 to 4, you have to do a lower rounding. So you will get it as 432.4. Then, question number 4. Rounded to the nearest $100. What will you write? Rounded to the nearest $100. Your answer should be coming in $100. I've got few answers correctly over here, some incorrect as well. Rounded to the nearest dollar. No, rounded to the nearest $100. So yes, if I have to round to the nearest $100, everyone please look at this. This is the 100th place. This is the 100th place, right? What is the number over here? 32. What did I tell you? If the number is 0 to 4, you do a lower rounding. Yes, now all of you are getting it right. The answer would be 4,500. See, if you did not know this rule of rounding and you did the calculation correctly, just that in your answer box you wrote 4533, instead of 4,500. You'll get 0. So it's very important to know the rules. So here, if the question is telling you to round to the nearest $100, round it to the nearest $100, you'd look at the place, 100th place. What is the number over here? After the 100th place, basically it is the 3. So you will round it off lower. Now look at question number 5. Round it to the nearest $1,000. Look at the 1,000th place and the number immediately after the 1,000th place, and you'll get the answer. Be very careful. So what is the 1,000th place? This is the 1,000th place. 0, then 1, 10, 100, 1,000. 1,000 is this. What is the number immediately after the 1,000th place? It is 7. 5 and above. You do an upper rounding. So the answer will be 57,000. Okay. So Jada, did you understand? You got 56,000. It will be 57, not 56. The answer would be 57. Okay. Then the last one, rounded to the nearest $1,000,000. Wait. Rounded to the nearest $1,000,000. And the question writes million or M outside the box. You have to write this number in a box. You saw the box category question. You have to write this number in a box. And outside the box, it says $1,000,000. What will you put in the answer box? Be very careful. Look at the number. Write it down on your calculator or on your pen and paper. And tell me what would you put in the answer box here. The question has already written $1,000,000 outside the answer box. Some of you getting it right, some of you not. Very good. The answer would be 33. You don't have to write 33,000,000. That is 6 zeros. You don't have to write. Ma'am, why so? Because I told you they wrote this outside the answer box. So it's not 33 million. It is 33 million. So what you will put in the answer box is just 33. Be very careful about these small things. You might lose your marks unnecessarily. So the answer would be 33. Everyone, clear with me? Any doubt? So those of you who wrote 33, 6 zeros, and then again there is a million outside the box, it is wrong interpretation. Your answer should be just 33. I hope it is clear. All right. So if there are no doubts, then let's move ahead. Look at this piece. Something you might already be knowing again. This is a very basic thing you might have learned in your earlier classes. But I'm going to tell you a trick over here, which will be very useful for you, not just in this paper, not just in the FM paper, but throughout your ACCA journey, and not just ACCA study journey, but post your qualification also. So now just remember, those of you who are coming from the knowledge level route, you will already be knowing this, but those of you who are studying afresh, markup as a term, as a percentage applies on cost. Okay, so if you're given with 20% markup, you apply that 20% on cost. And margin percentage is applied on selling price. Margin percentage is applied on selling price. So if you're told that there's a 10% margin, that's 10% of what? Of selling. Okay, so remember this, it's a very basic thing. But that's not the point of this discussion. The point is a very important proportion based technique or a ratio based technique which will be useful for you. So let's say you are told that the cost is so you are told that the cost is you told that the cost is 100, markup is 20%. Can you tell me quickly the selling price? That's just fingers first, very basic question. What is the selling price? 120? Absolutely correct. Now, similarly, you are told that the selling price is $100, margin is 20%. Can you tell me the cost quickly? 80. Absolutely correct. So, one small thing which I want you to discuss over here also. No, these were very simple questions, not the subject matter which I want to discuss here, but a small thing which I want to discuss with you over here. So, you might have calculated the markup first, as in 20% of 100 markup, and then you added it to the cost. So 100 plus 20 to arrive at the selling price. But you should not be doing that. Uh, so what can I break down this 120 as what you did was 100 plus 100 into 20%? 100 plus 100 into 20%. So what is the selling price? Can I write it as 100 common outside bracket and then within the bracket 1 plus 20%? Basic maths. Can I write this 100 plus 100 into 20% as 100 outside bracket and then 1 plus 20% in the bracket? So this is the approach you're going to use going forward. Look at this. 100 into 1 plus 20%. And this 1 plus 20% now, it's called the factor. So here we're talking about markup. So it's a markup factor. Okay, 1 plus 20%. So you might do it like this also. It's not wrong. But I'm just telling you a new lens to look at ratios. So it's a percentage 20%. So just apply the percentage like this, 100 into 1 plus 20%. And similarly, over here, it's a cost calculation. So what I will do is 100 into 1 minus 20% because I was going, backward. So it becomes 100 into 1 minus 20%. Okay, it's a very basic thing, but important to know. Now, please try example 3. Selling price is 600. Selling price is 600. Markup is 32%. Tell me the markup in dollar terms. Tell me the markup in dollar terms. Be careful, markup as a percentage applies on cost, not selling price. So everyone, please pay attention over here. There was a problem in this question, and the problem was that markup as a percentage applies on cost, and I don't have the cost. So in this scenario, we will need to use a trick. And what is that trick? So in your class 5, 6, I'm sure you would have done, let the missing value be x, right? Let the missing value be x. Then, so for example, in here, the missing value is cost because this percentage applies on cost. So whichever value the percentage is applied on, what would you do in your class 5, 6? You will say that it is x, okay? Then in that case, your markup will be 0.32x. And then your selling price would be 1.32x. And then what you would do, you will solve this equation. 1.32x is equals to what? 600, right? And then when you solve for x, what do you get? 600 by 1.32. That's your cost, right? And then the question is asking me markup. So markup is what? 0.32x. What will that be? 454 into 0.32. So you must be getting 145.45 if you followed your class 4, 5 techniques. The thing is now you're not any longer in class 5 and 6, you're professionals. And you do not have so much time and patience to write down these things on a pen and paper and solve it for x. So instead of assuming the missing value as x, what you will be doing is let that missing value be 100. So in this question, whichever value the percentage is applied on, which value the percentage applies on? Cost. So let cost be 100. Then markup will be what? 100 into 32%, 32. And if cost is 100, then the selling price would be 132. Right? Now, the trick that you have to remember, step 2, given value by representative multiplied with the requirement. So what value is given to you over here? 600. So what is the representative of 600 in terms of 100? 132. So 600, please look at this. 600 given value 600 divided by its representative multiplied with the requirement. What is the requirement? Markup into 32. That's your answer. So instead of going the long route, like this, so many calculations, what I will do, and once you start practicing it now, all this calculation, let this be 100, let that be 100, all of it will start happening naturally in your mind. You won't even need to write it down. So you will do 600 by 132 into 32, and it's done. You get your answer. You don't have to perform so many steps. And this is what I've done over here. 600 divided by 132 into 32. Please take your time. No hurry at all. You might have used another approach to solve it, but this is the approach we're going to be following going forward. Make sure you're clear with it. We are just replacing x with 100. That's it. And we have given a formula to it so that it helps us to save time. What's the formula? Given value by representative multiplied with the requirement. I've literally used it so much throughout my professional journey. So please see if it is clear to you. Not clear, let me know. I'll explain again. Read the steps carefully. Everything is written on your screen. Let me know if it is clear or not. Yeah. All of you clear now? All right. Let's do another question. Try example 4. You're given with cost. This time cost is 600. Margin is 29%. Tell me what is the selling price. Please try example 4 on your screen. Tell me the answer to this and use these steps here. What you see now, step 1 and 2, please use these steps only. Practice these steps. Practice step 1 and 2. All right. Let's see. Yes, so those of you who are getting 845, that is correct. So margin, whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. So here, margin as a percentage applies on selling price. So let selling price be 100. Okay. Then what would be the margin? Margin would be 29, 29% of 100. So the cost that you will get is what? 100 minus 29, that is 71. So here the given value is cost. So 600 divided by its representative, which is 71, multiplied with the requirement. Ma'am, what is the requirement? Selling price. So multiplied with 100. The answer that you get is 8045. Very good. So that was example 4 for you. Now look at example 5. Cost of the machine is 100,000. Cost of the machine including issue cost. So basically, you have to purchase a machine, and that machine is to be purchased from the proceeds of raising debt. Let's say you are issuing debentures or loan notes. So there will be some costs involved in issuing the loan notes, also the issue cost, let's say the cost of prospectus, cost of underwriters and all. So there is some issue cost. Issue cost is 5%. Issue cost is 5% of gross finance. Like whatever finance that you raise, you're gonna be incurring 5% of it. And the issue cost of the machine is what? $100,000. Calculate debt finance to be raised. The net finance which you need is $100,000. You have to calculate and tell me the debt finance to be raised. Please try this question. Slightly, the terms have changed now. Look at this. Try example 5 on your screens. Please try. Be very careful. All are making mistake here. So many mixed variety of answers, huh? This thing. No unity over here. So the machine itself requires $100,000. Now tell me, those of you who are getting answers below 100,000, tell me, how can you use the debt less than 100,000 to buy a machine which is 100,000? How is that practically possible? Those of you who are getting answers like 95,000, 95,238, tell me how is that possible? How can you buy something which is $100,000 and you have to pay issue cost in addition to it? How can you use something like $95,000 to do all of that? So the logical reasoning is not correct over there. Number one. Number two, those of you who are saying $105,000, you haven't applied the steps properly. See, In this question, you have to tell me how much finance you're going to need to raise. So, whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100. The percentage here applies on gross finance. Let gross finance be 100. Then issue cost will be 5. So, what will be the net finance? Net finance will be 95. Something that you can use to acquire the machine. So, net finance is what? 100 minus 5, 95. This is used for acquiring the machine. Now apply the same steps. Given value divided by representative. What is the given value? Cost of the machine 100,000. So 100,000 divided by 95. What is the requirement? Gross finance into 100. Those of you who got 105263, that is Vidhi, Ayush. Only 2 correct answers out of so many. So both of you are right. Others, I hope it is clear. It's not 105,000. Issue cost applies on gross finance. This is cost of the machine. This is the net finance. See, look at this. In the same way, you can tweak this formula in so many instances, and I'm going to tell you it's going to come handy a lot. So make sure you're clear with it. You follow the rules, step 1 and 2, whichever value the percentage is applied on, assume it to be 100, and then apply the formula given value by representative multiplied with the requirement. Yeah, now everyone. Any doubt, please ask me. Don't hesitate to ask. If you are getting stuck anywhere, feel free to ask. Don't have to feel shy at all. Here, the requirement of the question is to calculate how much finance you're going to raise to be able to purchase the machine and to be able to pay the issue cost. How much finance you're going to need to raise. How much loan note you will need to issue. So you will issue the loan notes worth 105,263. So what will happen? 105,263 into 5%. This is the issue cost I'm going to pay. So I raised amount raised is this. I will incur issue cost at the rate of 5% of this amount raised. How much will I be left with? 100,000 used to purchase the machine. Please tell me if it is clear. Okay, so the answer is 10526. Very important discussion. Again, I'll be sharing across this file, so don't have to worry. You'll get this file, but please remember this concept. It will come handy a lot. Now, so we'll take a break around 9:50, 10. We'll take a 20-minute break in between. Don't think it's a one stretch class of 5 hours. You'll get a break in between. All right. So look here. There were some basic concepts again here. So I hope you all know what a balance sheet, a very basic balance sheet looks like. All of you have passed your class 12. So this is how a very basic T-form balance sheet looks like. You have your non-current assets and current assets on the right-hand side. Let's say that is 150 and 50 respectively. And on the left-hand side, you have your equity share capital, reserves and surplus, debt, and current liabilities. It's a standard, very basic P form balance sheet. Again, both the sides of the balance sheet are equal. And a lot of times, a concept called capital employed will come to you. Always remember, capital employed means both debt and equity. Capital employed means both debt and equity. So when I say equity, please remember it doesn't just mean equity share capital, it means equity share plus reserves and surplus, because reserves and surplus also belong to the equity shareholders of the company. These are the retained profits of the company. So the profits belong to the equity shareholders only. So therefore, the reserves and surplus belong to the equity shareholders. So capital employed is equity plus debt. That means what? Equity is what? 100 plus 10, 110, and debt. So basically 180. So equity plus debt. Can I also say this equity plus debt is equals to what? Total assets minus the current liabilities. Can I say that? Look at the balance sheet and tell me. Is these three equal to 200 minus 20? Can I say 200 minus 20 is also what? 180. So I can write it like this: total assets minus current liabilities. Can I break down the total assets as non-current assets plus current assets minus current liabilities? Can I? So current assets minus current liabilities is what? Working capital. Current assets minus current liabilities is what? Working capital. So capital employed can also be written as non-current assets plus working capital. So two ways in which you can calculate capital employed. Please take a look at this. Correlate it with the balance sheet. You have a logical reasoning why there is this formula, non-current assets plus working capital. Nothing to memorize. You can visually see it in the balance sheet. Is it clear? Any doubt? Similarly, as I was telling you, equity is equity share capital plus reserves and surplus. And equity share capital, basically this plus reserves and surplus. Can I write it as total assets minus all liabilities? Right? Total assets minus all liabilities, that is including debt also. So this is also known as net assets or net worth. So equity is also called net assets or net worth. Okay, so that was a basic talk about the balance sheet. Now, costing PNL. I know it's not a costing subject, but important to know this very basic thing. So, how does a costing PNL look like? Sales, you have got sales. From it, you deduct the variable cost. So that is, let's say 60. Ma'am, what are variable costs? Costs which change with every unit of production. Costs which change with every unit of production is called the variable cost. That is, if you make 1 unit, you incur $10. If you make 2 units, you make, let's say, 10 into 2, $20 cost. If you make 3 units, 10 into 3, $30 cost, like that. So the costs which change with every unit of production are known as variable costs. So if you deduct variable cost from sales, you get contribution. If you deduct variable cost from sales, you get contribution. So contribution is what? 100 minus 60, 40. Then you have the fixed cost. Fixed cost is what? 25. You get the profit. 40 minus 25, 15. Now, what do you mean by fixed costs? Costs which remain fixed irrespective of the level of production. If you make 10 units, if you make 20 units, if you make 30 units, the cost remains the same. It doesn't change with the level of production. So that's called fixed cost. You deduct the fixed cost from contribution and you get profit. And you get profit. Yeah. So that's a costing P&L for you. Next, we have the financial P&L, something you should now be remembering. So you start off with sales, let's say 100, then less operating expenses, excluding depreciation. So depreciation is also an operating expense. I have just broken this down into two parts so that I can write about operating cash flow also. So from sales, you deduct the operating expenses excluding depreciation. So when you do that, you get the operating cash flow. From it, you deduct the depreciation, that is 10. What do you get? Operating profit, also known as, please understand there are two terms. This is cash flow. Depreciation is a non-cash expense. So once I deduct this term becomes operating profit. It is also known as earnings before interest and tax, or sometimes called profit before interest and tax. So operating profit is same as earnings before interest and tax or profit before interest and tax. Okay. Then you deduct the interest cost out of it. Interest is a interest is a tax deductible expense. That means you can minus it and then calculate the taxes on the net profit. So you get PBT. Once you deduct interest from EBIT, you get PBT. So you calculate taxes on PBT, profit before tax. Let's say 30%. So you get profit after tax. Then preference dividend. You pay preference dividend. So dividends, whether they're equity or preference, they're not tax deductible. That is why I did not deduct them before I calculated taxes. Preference dividends are, or equity dividends are, appropriation of profits. They will be chargeable as taxable. They'll be taxable in the hands of the recipients. It is not tax deductible. Okay. So preference dividend is $4. Then this is the profit available for equity shareholders. You pay equity dividend out of it. 7, you get retained earnings. So what you can do with the profits available for equity shareholders is either you pay them off or you retain them in the business for further growth. This is how a financial P&L looks like. I'll wait for 2 minutes. Just keep looking at the format. It's a very simple format, but you need to remember the terms now. I'll be expecting this, but you know this. By heart, you should be able to make this P&L in your minds also. Take a look. Any doubt, let me know. I'll display both the P&Ls for you. Go through them. Any doubt, let me know. Done now. Any doubts, anyone? Well, if there are no doubts, then let's move ahead. Then, unit of measurement, very simple concept. So, unit of measurement represents a standard quantity of output that allows cost to be measured. Technical way of saying a very simple thing. Like, let's say you go to the market to purchase five chocolates. So, the unit of measurement is what? Number of chocolates. That is unit of measurement. Let's say you go to the market to purchase 5 liters of oil. So, what is the unit of measurement? Liters. Then, similarly, you go to market to purchase 5 kgs of wheat. So, what is the unit of measurement? Kg. Okay, so that's called a simple unit of measurement. So, a simple unit of measurement is used when output can be expressed in one clear physical unit. So, in a oil factory, let's say, the unit of measurement is liters. Okay. Then we have composite unit of measurement also. So in many service industries, the output is not uniform and cannot be captured by a single measure. In such cases, a composite unit of measurement is used. What is a composite unit? It combines two or more related measures to reflect both quantity and the complexity or duration of service. Example, in a hotel, let's say you're going into a hotel, output you will see there is measured in room nights. You will hear them telling, okay, that we need 3 room nights. Now, 3 room nights means what? Let's understand it here. So, in a hotel, output is measured in room nights, combining the number of rooms occupied and the number of nights stayed. So, for example, if 50 rooms are occupied, look at this number of rooms that you're taking. So, let's say nights, room nights. So, let's say you're taking one room for one night. How many room nights? One into one room night. Let's say you're taking one room only, but you need it for 2 nights. So you're staying there for 2 nights. So how many room nights are you taking? One into two room nights. Then let's say you are going with your friends. You need 2 rooms. So 2 rooms you need for one night only. You're staying there for one night. How many room nights? Two into one. Two. You both, you and your friends, you're taking 2 rooms for 2 nights. How many room nights? Tell me. What is the room nights? Hotels always quote their room per room night basis. Please tell me how many room nights in this case? 2 room nights. How much rent will you pay to them? So here, in this case, the rent will be 10,000 rupees, 20,000, 20,000. How much rent will you pay in this case? For 4 room nights. Log in to Make My Trip, Clear Trip, anywhere and try putting these things. You will get your answers. So you are taking two rooms for 2 nights. You will be charged for 4 room nights. If the rent is 10,000 rupees, you will be charged 40,000 rupees. That's called a composite unit, most commonly seen in service industries. Okay, so that's the composite unit of measurement. We take 2 room for 2 nights, so it will be for 2 nights only, yes. But how much rent will you pay to them? Think about it. How much rent will you pay to them? Let me show you also. Wait. Let's go to Make My Trip website and see it live. Everyone, take a look here. Let's say I'm booking a hotel. Let's say we're looking at a hotel in Kolkata. So we check in on 7th, check out on 8th. Okay. I need 1 room. Acha, first tell me, if I'm checking in on 7th and checking out on 8th, how many nights I'm staying in the hotel? How many nights am I staying in the hotel if I'm checking in on 7th, checking out on 8th? 1 night. Okay. And I'm taking 1 room. Okay. So let's search. Let's say this one. Okay. Vedic Village Spa Resort. How much is it telling me? 5662 plus taxes. Okay. Now I change this. 1 night. 1 night for 2 rooms. What is it showing me now? Sorry, this is gone. I think we'll need to look at this. How much is it showing? 11,396 per night for 2 rooms. Okay. It just doubled up. I'll do one thing. I'll just search Vedic Village only directly. So 1 night, 2 rooms. How much are they charging me? 11,396. If I reduce it to 1 room, how much are they charging me? 5,600. Okay. Now let's say 2 rooms. And now I'll check out on. Now I'll check out on 9th. So I'll be staying for 2 nights. Apply. Search. 2 rooms for 2 nights. Each room for each of the nights. For 2 nights. This is what? This is per night 11,825. And if I'm taking for 2 nights, now if I try to book this now, it will double up. See? Now the numbers will change because of all these offers and all that's getting applied. But I hope you're getting my point. Two rooms into 2 nights. So the rate which they quote, let's say they are quoting 10,000 rupees, that is for 1 night, 1 room. If you're taking 2 nights, you need to multiply it with 2. If you're taking 2 rooms for 2 nights, you need to multiply it further for 2 nights and 2 rooms. Yes. Sujata, did you understand now? So it is for 2 nights. But if I'm paying for if I'm taking 2 rooms, it becomes 4 room nights. Yes. So that was about composite unit of measurement. That will come handy to you. So hotels always give their rate like this, rent per room night. How many rooms and how many nights? They give you for one each. And then if you're taking how many rooms and how many nights, that will determine your total rent. And another thing over here, I hope this is clear, everyone. Any doubt, anyone? So like simple unit of measurement also and composite unit of measurement also. I hope it is clear with the live example that we saw. 2 rooms, 2 nights. That's how they will charge us. Okay. And lastly, this topic called CAGR. CAGR is what? Compounded average growth rate. What is it? Compounded average growth rate. So let's say this is the dividend which a company has paid over its 4 years. $100 in year one, $100 in year, $108 in year two. Then $112 in year three, then $125 in year four, like that. Okay. Now, growth in dividend in year two. What is the growth? How will you calculate the growth, everyone? Please calculate growth like this now going forward. 108. So you might have done it like this. Like you first calculate what is the growth in value terms. 108 minus 100, that is 8. Then 8 by 100. That is 8%. So no longer will you be doing it. Simple. If I just break this down, what am I doing? 108 minus 100 by 100. That's what I'm doing. So can I not write it as 108 by 100 minus 100 by 100? So therefore, I can write it as 108 by 100 minus 1. Right? That's what I'm doing over here. 108 by 100 minus 1. This is how you will calculate growth. Please take a look at this. Is it clear? Is the formula clear? Just like we saw that, growth factor formula, which I told you earlier. Can I calculate growth percentage like this? Everyone, please participate in the chat. I don't understand whether you're understanding or not. Yes? So going forward, whenever you have to calculate growth, you will calculate it like this. You'll not be first calculating value change, then calculate the percentage. Do it directly. Okay, 108 by 100 minus 1, and there is a mathematical derivation of it also. Now, what is the growth in year 3? 112 by 108 minus 1. So in the third year, the growth in dividend is of 3.7%. And similarly, the growth in dividend in year 4 is what? 125 by 112 minus 1, 11.6%. So what is the simple average growth rate? Simple average, the growth which has happened over the 3 years, although you can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, the growth has happened thrice only. Growth has happened thrice only. You can see here 1, 2, 3, 4, but how many times the growth has happened? Please look at this. First, the growth happened between 1 and 2, then 2 and 3, and 3 and 4. So the growth has happened thrice. What is the simple average growth rate? Average of all this, I can use the average function. So 7.8%. Or the normal way, like you also calculate averages if you sum it up, okay, divided by 3. Okay, 7.8%. Or simply you can use the average function also. It will work in exam also. Excel also, exam also. 7.8%. This is simple average growth rate. This is simple average growth rate. I've calculated the simple average of the growths which happened. What is the compounded average growth rate? Ma'am, what do you mean by compounding? In year on year, it is accumulating. So if I have to calculate compound average, like look at this. What did I tell you over here? What is the formula? 108 by 100 minus 1. Now I have to calculate the average growth rate over the 3 years. So what I do is, instead of, just I'm replacing this 125 by 100, minus 1 is also there. But because this growth is of 3 years, okay, I raise it to the power of 1 by 3. I raise it to the power of 1 by 3. Ma'am, why so? Ma'am, what is the meaning of this? Basically, compounded average growth rate, how do you interpret it? So 100 average growth rate, how do you apply it? Growth on growth. 1 plus 7%. See, you reached 125. I applied growth on growth. So 100 into 1 plus 1.1%, then 108 into 1 plus 1.1%, and then 100 into 116 into 1 plus 1.1%. So I get 125, which is what the number is after 3 years. Okay. So can I write it as 100, then 100 into 1 plus 10.7%, then raised to the power of 2, raised to the power of 3. So from 100, if I have to reach 125, I can do this. So when I'm calculating here, I raise it because I have to calculate growth percentage. I do it raised to the power of 1 by 3. This is the logical understanding of how CAGR is relevant. 100 became 125 with an average compounding growth. Compounding is year on year. The growth is applying year on year. The growth is 7.7%, and you can visually see that the numbers are tallying over here. You have reached 125, which is what your number was here also. From 100, by applying a growth rate of 7.7%, I have reached 125. This is my compounded average growth rate. So year on year basis, I'm making a growth of 7.7%. Simple average, not useful for exam. I'll tell you clear away right away. This won't come handy to you. CAGR is what will come handy to you. But so that you differentiate between the two, simple average is an average of growths. Compounded average is the overall growth year on year basis. Please let me know if it is clear. So here, while I was calculating the growth, because it was just 1 year, I did not have to raise it to any power. Here the growth has happened thrice. That is why I'm raising it to the power of 1 by 3. Please take a look at this formula. Very, very useful. We'll be using it in a lot of our things. So please be clear with this. Let me know if it is fine. Take a look at it. No hurry at all. Go through it. Let me know when you're done. This is the logical flow of how CAGR is used. In this way, you can calculate the compounded average growth rate of anything. For example, you invested $100 in a stock, it became 150 after 3 years. So if someone asks you what is the growth that you have got in your portfolio, what you will tell them is 150, 150 by 100, raise it to the power of 1 by 3 minus 1. So the growth which my portfolio has given me is 14.5%. You will see a lot of finance professionals, they use it very commonly. This is how they calculate it. If my portfolio, I invested 100, it became 150 in 3 years. The growth which I've got is not 50%. That's not how you should be quoting it. If someone is quoting it like this, they're fooling you. If they quote that, okay, you have made a 50% return, no, you have made 50% over 3 years. But per annum basis, compounding basis, that's the logical and professional way to quote the percentages. The compounded average growth rate, which my portfolio has given me over 3 years, is 14.5%. 150 by 100 raised to the power of 1 by 3 minus 1. This is the way CAGR is calculated in any scenario. It's called CAGR, compounded average growth rate. This is the overall growth. No one uses it. For comparison purposes, always CAGR is used. Please let me know if it is clear. That's the same way I calculated here as well. 125 by 100 raised to the power of 1 by 3. As many years as there are, just raise it to the power of 1 by, let's say, 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years also. Just replace this 3 with that many years and you will get your answer. Right? So remember this. We will use it later, but good to know it from your foundation class itself. Right? So these are all your building block, like more or less, these are the concepts which you need to know. Now, let's take a break here. And then post the break, we will start off a new chapter. Okay, the first chapter of the syllabus. So refresh yourself. We'll break for about 15 to 20 minutes and catch up and continue our discussion. Okay, refresh yourself. Be back. We will continue. From the break, let's continue our discussion. Now, we'll start off a new chapter, and that is the financial management function. So I make chapter wise notes just for a reference. We'll be making chapter wise Excel files. So this, you can see over here, the name of the file is financial management function. That's the name of the chapter. So I don't make lecture wise notes. It is chapter wise. It becomes very, very useful when you are revising. So you can just refer to that particular chapter files to revise. And what we'll be doing is, I'll share across the notes once the chapter is over. I don't share the notes in parts so that you get the complete file. Once the chapter is over. So, like for example, we discussed the orientation file and we discussed the formula file, the all the basic concept files. So that I will share with you. So if you are doing this chapter and the chapter is not complete, so I'll share across this file not today. Whenever we complete it, let's say this chapter gets completed tomorrow, you'll get the files tomorrow. Okay. So this is these all files are uploaded on the LMS, and you get them there. Okay. Now let's understand. So we are studying the financial management paper. What is financial management? Financial management aims to achieve financial goals by managing financial resources effectively. See, each business has got resources. There needs to be a team which manages those resources effectively. And that team, which you will also become eventually part of, will be financial management. So, financial management aims to achieve financial goals by managing the financial resources effectively. Like, for example, all of us also have money, right? We manage it at a personal level. That's called personal finance. When we're talking about financial management, it is from a corporate point of view. A finance manager is required to engage in taking the following decisions. These are the four key decisions. Any decision which you will take in your career as finance managers can be classified in any one of the four. Okay. So, what are those four decisions? Number one, investment decision. Number two, financing decision. Three, dividend decision. And four, risk management. And your entire curriculum of the financial management paper is based on these four decisions only. Okay. So, what's the first one? Investment decision. Choosing where to invest money to ensure maximum returns and business growth. So, a business will have many opportunities ahead of it. So, choosing where to put the money is investment decision. Okay. Choosing where to invest money to ensure maximum returns and business growth. Then we have financing decision, determining how to raise funds for business operations. Okay. That is, you decide, okay, that I want to put my money in this project, project A. Let's say you do an NPV appraisal and you find out that project A is good for your business and it requires $100 million of investment. How do you get that money? From where? From issuance of equity shares or issuance of loan notes. That decision is called financing decision. The investment decision is where to invest, and financing decision is okay, you have chosen where to invest. How do you get the money for it? So, determining how to raise funds for business operations. Then, dividend decision, deciding how much profit should be distributed to shareholders and how much should be reinvested in the business. Okay. Dividend decision is what? How much? So you have decided that, okay, your business has generated, let's say, $50 million. Out of it, $30 million you're investing in a project, you have got $20 million. Now, what will you do with those $20 million? Will you give it as dividend to the different shareholders or will you retain it in the business? Okay, let's say out of $20 million, you decide to pay off dividend for $15 million. $5 million you need. You will keep it in the business for your future growth opportunities. So, deciding how much profit should be distributed to shareholders and how much should be reinvested or retained in the business. How much should be reinvested or retained in the business. Then you have risk management, identifying and handling financial risks such as foreign exchange risk, interest rate risk. There are chapters dedicated to it at the skill level, at your FM paper, also at the AFM paper, also detailed chapters are there. So, risk management is you manage the risks like foreign exchange risk. Ma'am, what do you mean by foreign exchange risk? Let's say you are an importer or an exporter and you have a foreign currency receivable payable. So, any fluctuations in the currency, like for example, currently India US, I mean, rupee US conversion, I hope you're tracking it. It has crossed the 90 rupee benchmark also. Like for each dollar, you will need to pay $90, 90 rupees. Earlier, it was around 60 also, 45 also. So, this is a change in currency. value, right? So that is what gives rise to foreign exchange risk. That your receivable payable amount could change substantially because of that. Number one. Number two is interest rate risk. And what do you mean by interest rate risk? Let's say you have taken a loan. The loan is the base rate, whatever is the market rate, plus 2%. If the market rate increases, let's say currently it is 7%, it increases to 8%. So earlier you were paying 7 plus 2, 9% interest. Now you will have to pay 8 plus 2, 10% interest. So that is interest rate risk. So you as finance managers cannot expose your business to unlimited risk. You manage it. And that's what you do under risk management. There's a chapter at your skill level, later it will come. We will deal with it in much more detail there. So risk management is what? Identifying and then handling the financial risks such as foreign exchange risk, interest rate risk. What is investment decision? Where to invest? Financing decision, how to raise funds to make investment. Dividend decision is how much profit should be distributed to the shareholders and how much should be retained in the business. So that is the core responsibility of a finance manager. While taking such decisions, he or she is able to achieve the financial goals because these decisions help you to manage the financial resources effectively. Okay. Financial strategies are implemented through number one, plans and statements, detailed financial plans for achieving objectives. Then, budgets and forecasts, estimating future financial needs and performance, including cash flow forecasting. So, you achieve these goals through preparing budgets and forecasts. And then, internal controls, measures to ensure financial resources are managed properly and risks are minimized. Just 1 second. Okay. So financial strategies are implemented through plans and statements. So you'll make plans for achieving the objectives, budgets and forecasts. You will prepare budgets. Okay, that I have to spend only this much amount and curtail my actual expenditure within this amount. And forecasting, internal control, measures to ensure financial resources are managed properly and risks are minimized. That is, there are internal procedures to ensure that the resources are managed effectively and the risks are minimized. That's about financial management. Then you have a concept called, I hope it is clear, just let me know. Even if I don't ask you, if there are any doubts, let me know. If any time you feel any point you're not understanding, just please ask me. This is a very simple topic. If you have doubts, let me know. Okay? Or if you need time to read it, then let me know, ma'am. Please wait. We'll read. Okay? Anything, just feel free to message. So the next concept that we have is maximization of shareholder wealth. Now, as finance managers, let me tell you this concept called maximization of shareholder wealth. Tattoo this in your mind because any decision anywhere that you take in your finance careers should be guided by this concept. Okay, we'll talk about it. Sujata says, can you explain risk management again? So risk management, Sujata, there is a chapter. I will tell you that there is chapter 17 called risk management only, where you will be doing this in a lot of detail. But just to tell you as a glimpse, risk management is used for managing foreign exchange risk and for interest rate risk. Foreign exchange risk is what? When you have a foreign currency exposure. Let's say you have a foreign currency receivable, $10,000 receivable. You are an Indian company and you have $10,000 receivable. So if the currency is changing, let's say today it is 90, tomorrow it is 85, the amount which you will get in rupee terms, that will change, right? It may increase or decrease, but it will change. So that is foreign exchange risk. Similarly, interest rate risk is what you have taken a loan. So you when you take a loan, you have to pay interest. Let's say the interest is base rate, market rate. Again, we'll get into the details of it later. The market rate plus 2%. Now, market rate, it will fluctuate. RBI keeps on changing it. Like in India, RBI regulates it. So the base rate, let's say currently today is 7%. So if you had taken this loan, you would pay interest at 7% plus 2%, that is 9%. If tomorrow the rate becomes 10%, the base rate, then how much interest will you be paying? 10% plus 2, 12%. So when you will be paying interest at a higher rate, your cash flows will change, your profits will change. So you as finance managers have to manage such risks. There are a lot of tools and techniques to do that, which we will learn in later, 16th chapter. Understood? All right. Okay. So as I was telling you, a very important concept called maximization of shareholder wealth. So any decision that you take, the guiding light should be this principle. And what do you mean by maximization of shareholder wealth? Maximizing shareholder wealth is a key objective for businesses, helping managers make better financial and strategic decisions. How? So for that, you need to understand that shareholder wealth is determined by two factors. Put yourself in the shoes of an investor, okay? You are the shareholder. Let's say you have invested 1 lakh rupees in the shares of Reliance or any other company. I'm taking Reliance, for example. So let's say you have invested 1 lakh rupees in the shares of Reliance company. How will you gain from this? One is whenever Reliance pays dividend, you will receive it. That's increasing your wealth. They're giving you money. And the other one is what? Let's say you purchase the shares at 1000 rupees per share, and over the next year it becomes 1100 rupees per share. So the value of your investment will increase. Let's say you invested 1 lakh, it will become 1 lakh 10,000 rupees, right? So shareholders' wealth is determined by two factors. What is it? Number one, dividend. Number two, share price growth. So what is dividend? Profits distributed to the shareholders. And share price growth is what? Increase in the company's share value. So shareholders' wealth increase by two reasons only. What are they? Dividends and the increase in share price. Together, these factors comprise total shareholder return. Together, These factors comprise total shareholder return, which is the key measure of the company's financial success. So, total shareholder return or TSR is calculated as, everyone please pay attention. Total shareholder return is calculated as capital yield plus dividend yield. So, capital yield is what? It measures the share price growth. And dividend yield is what? So, TSR, na, it's a percentage. So, capital yield is what? It measures the growth in share price. Dividend yield is what? It measures the dividend given to the shareholders. So, how do you calculate capital yield? How do you measure the capital yield? Change in share price by opening share price. Please look at this part. So, you invested 1 lakh rupees. Now, the value of investment has become 1 lakh 10. So, what is the change? Or if I talk in terms of each share, 1000 rupees has become 1100. So, what is the change in share price? 100 rupees. I invested on a base of 1000 rupees. So, 100 by 1000 becomes your capital yield. The change in share price by opening share price plus the dividend yield. What is dividend yield? I invested 1000 rupees in the share. The company paid me back, let's say 20 rupees as dividend. So, what is the dividend yield? 20 rupees by 1000. So, dividend per share by opening share price. And can I break it down and put it simply as change in share price plus dividend per share by opening share price? Take a look at this. Can I write the same formula in this way? Change in share price plus dividend per share by opening share price. Please tell me if it is clear. Take your time, no hurry. Yes. Now, sure. So, Aman, shareholders gain in two ways. One is through dividends. Think, put yourself in the shoes of an investor. You invested in the shares of Reliance. Let's say each share of Reliance is of 1000 rupees. You invested 1000 rupees in the share of, you purchased just one share, you invested 1000 rupees in the shares of Reliance. 1000 rupees. Now, how do you gain from that investment? Through dividends, if Reliance pays you dividends. Or if the share value increases, let's say from 1000 to 1100. So shareholders' wealth is determined by two factors, dividend and share price. Now, this is what is captured in this formula also, total shareholder return. It is captured as capital yield and dividend yield. Ma'am, what is capital yield? What did I tell you? The share price of 1000 which you invested in has now become 1100. Do you pay anything for that? No. It's the growth in the company's share price. So you get it. So 1100 minus 1000, what is it? 100 rupees. You got 100 rupees in terms of share price growth. 100 on an investment of 1000. Plus, in addition to it, the company also paid you dividend. The company paid you a dividend of 20 rupees. So 20, you made an investment of what? 1000 only. So total, by making an investment of 1,000 rupees, you got, take a look here, 100 rupees as change in share price plus a 20 rupee dividend. 120 rupees. So 120 by 1,000 is what? 12%. So you, as an investor, made a return. Total shareholder return is what? 12%. Understood now? So shareholder gains through capital yield and dividend yield. So this is how you compute it. So change in share price by opening share price plus dividend per share by opening share price. I combine the formula in a simple way as change in share price plus dividend per share by opening share price. Aman, is it clear now? Let me know still if there's a doubt. Done, no? Perfect. Let's take a look at this. You practice this question on your own. A shareholder purchased 1,000 shares in SJG company on 1st Jan at a market price of $2.50 per share. On 31st December, the shares had a market value of $2.82 per share. The dividend paid during the year was $0.28 per share. Calculate total shareholder return. Please try this. All of you should try and tell me the answer. Tell me in percentage terms. TSR is a percentage. Okay. I'll wait for 2 minutes. Please try. All of you should try and give me the answer. It's a percentage that you have to calculate. I see a lot of you have tried. So very good. Those of you are getting 24%. You're all right. Take a look here. So opening share price is what? $2.50. This is the amount that you invested in it. Okay. Then closing share price is 2.82. So change in share price is what? 2.82 minus 2.5, that is 0.32. And dividend is what? $0.28. Total shareholder return, if I talk in dollar terms, is zero point 0.6. You have to calculate it as a percentage. So zero point 0.6 by 2.5 is what? 24%. So very good. A lot of you got it right. That bit clear. Tanna Jim clear. Sujata, let me know if still there's any doubt. Calculation is simple. You have to find out the change in share price and add the dividend to it to get the total shareholder return in dollar terms so that you can calculate it in percentage terms. Understood now? Perfect. Now, let's take a look at another question. B company has just released its financial results for the year and its profit before tax increased by 38% over the previous year. This was due largely to a doubling of sales in Southeast Asia. However, the share price in the company fell by almost 20%. There was an increase in profits, but still, you might see that the share price can fall. And it's a reality, it can happen in real life also. However, the share price in B company fell by almost 20% immediately after the profit announcement. Which of the following is the least likely explanation? Least likely, that means it is not the real reason for the fall in share price. Number one, sales in Southeast Asia had been expected to increase by more than 100%. You have to tell me the answer, okay? The depreciation charge was higher due to a change in accounting policy. The level of B company's business risk has increased over the year, and delays in the launch of new products are expected in the coming year. Tell me which of the options are correct. B, absolutely right. C, since the growth in sales is less than the expectation, this would negatively impact the shareholders' perspective towards the company. So shareholders were expecting that it will increase more than the doubling. So hence the share price could fall due to this reason. Okay. Second, the depreciation charge. Depreciation is nothing but a systematic allocation of cost of the asset. Cost of the asset is already incurred. Depreciation is simply an allocation of that cost over the years, over its useful life. So, change in accounting policy for charging depreciation is least likely to be a cause for the fall in the share price. Point C, if the business risk increases, definitely the share price would fall. And lastly, delays in the launch of new products. So, if you're not launching the new products, you're not getting the appropriate sales, and therefore that could lead to a fall in the share price. Okay. So this is the correct answer. Very good. All of you got it right. Now, what are the reasons? Like, why should a company pursue the objective of maximization of shareholder wealth? Number one, higher returns make fundraising easier. When a company provides higher returns to investors, it gains trust in the market. This makes it easier to raise funds through equity or debt financing for expansion. So if you have, you know, a strong return that you're giving to the investors, then you can raise funds easier for your future operations also. Okay. So that's point number one. Point number two, providing value to customers. Companies that focus on customer satisfaction achieve sustained profits, leading to higher stock prices and dividends for shareholders. Example, TCS provides quality IT services globally. Because it consistently meets customer needs, it earns higher profits. See, if you want to give profits for the shareholders, you have to understand that you have to treat your customers well. Because you can get a customer to buy your product once on fake promises, but not twice. So, if you want your customers to buy your products, then and if you want to deliver that high growth to the investors, then both of them have to happen together. Okay, so companies that focus on customer satisfaction achieve sustained profits, leading to higher stock prices and dividend for shareholders. So TCS provides quality IT services globally. Because it consistently meets customer needs, it earns higher profits, leading to increased stock prices and regular dividend payouts for investors. So shareholders' achievement or maximization of shareholders' wealth is a objective good, not just for the investors, but for the customers also. Companies with low returns risk hostile takeovers. If a company fails to provide adequate returns, it may become a target for acquisition by a stronger competitor who feels which can turn around the company successful. Okay. So if the company itself cannot provide sufficient returns to the investors, it will be undervalued. A competitor will acquire such a company and turn it around successfully and, unlock wealth for the investors. And directors have a fiduciary duty to maximize wealth for the shareholders. Please understand, directors are agents for shareholders. So they have to be responsible enough to generate sustainable profits and create value for the shareholders. So these are the reasons why maximization of shareholders' wealth is pursued. Please take a look at it. Any doubt, let me know. Okay. Now, these are the reasons why a company should achieve the objective of maximization of shareholder wealth. There is criticism also. Criticism of maximizing shareholder wealth. Number one, creates monopoly power. Maximizing shareholder wealth can lead to monopoly power, reducing market competition and increasing ultimately prices for the consumers. What we are seeing in the telecom segment, what we are seeing in the aviation sector. I'm sure all of you are aware of the fiasco which has happened around Indigo airplanes. And why is it? Because of the monopoly it enjoys. It has 65% market share. And it, of course, is creating wealth for the shareholders. But ultimately, there is just two or three companies now left in the aviation sector: Air India, SpiceJet, and Indigo. Three companies altogether. And Indigo enjoys 60% market share. So it has got almost a monopoly situation. Now, it is like the customers are now at the mercy of the airlines like that. You can see so many customers, or the passengers, they are stranded in so many places. Like just some time back I was getting to know that one of my friends relatives is also stranded somewhere, and they just really want to go back to their hometown. No possibility because all the flights are cancelled. So this is the abuse of monopoly power. Ultimately it is the consumers who have to burn. So when Reliance Jio entered the market, it offered free services, leading to the exit of several competitors like Aircel and Tata Docomo. This created a near monopoly, and once competition reduced, Jio started increasing prices, and all of us are aware now that the prices have increased substantially. Even earlier it was just free, everything was free, free, free. And now all these cheaper plans have been removed. You have to pay a bare minimum 400, 500 rupees per month to get the services, even if you're not using internet, for example. Right? So this is the criticism of shareholder wealth, that in the pursuit of increasing the shareholders' wealth, you try to become a monopoly, and then that is abuse of power. Then this objective ignores social needs. Companies focused only on profit may neglect essential social responsibilities like providing affordable healthcare. Okay, so this is one of the criticism, that when you're too focused on profit making objectives, you completely ignore on the social responsibilities. Thirdly, neglects other stakeholders. Companies may exploit employees or cut costs at the expense of customer satisfaction. That is, in the pursuit of giving customer satisfaction or at the expense of increasing shareholder wealth, you may completely exploit other stakeholders, important stakeholders like employees or suppliers. For example, companies like Ola, Zomato, they have been criticized for harsh working conditions for drivers and delivery partners, including low payouts and long working hours, despite these firms increasing profits. So they are creating wealth for the shareholders, but it is at the expense of other stakeholders. And lastly, not all shareholders want to prioritize making maximum returns. Some shareholders are not focused on maximizing profits, but rather on preserving legacy or social impact. That is, they want the company to create social impact, not just create profits for them. Example, Tata Group focuses on providing satisfactory returns to the shareholders rather than maximizing shareholder returns. So they want to satisfy the shareholders, not maximize the shareholder returns, because they want to create a social impact as well. I'll zoom out. Please go through these points one by one and let me know if it is clear. Any doubt, please ask. Go through this first. The reasons for maximizing shareholder wealth. When you're done, let me know. I'll scroll down. Please go through this note first. Let me know when you want me to scroll down. Okay, I'll scroll down, go through this note now. Let me know if you're done or if you have any doubts. Done now? All right, let's move ahead. Before we move to the next topic, those of you who are having access to the LMS, can you please check if you can see the orientation and the formula sheet file on the LMS notes section? Please check if you can see the notes for the orientation session, which I was showing to you, and the formula sheet. Can you please check? Let me know. Open the LMS. See the notes section. I've uploaded the notes for. Sorry, can you check if the notes are there? Are you checking the notes section? Like, okay, let me just ask the team also to check in the backend. One second, I'll ask the team to check for you all. Confirm back in the meanwhile, let's continue. I'll let you know when I get an update. Keep your LMS open, huh? I'll let you know when to check it then. Let's take a look at a simple activity question from the book on this topic. Example 1 on your screens here. Please take a look at the bottom of the screen. An investor purchased 100 shares in ABC company at the beginning of 2010 at the market price of $10 per share. During the year, the investor received a dividend of $1.2 per share. At the end, the shares had an ex-dividend market value of $12.9 per share. Calculate the TSR. Please try this. Example 1 on your screen. Please do it quickly. Give me the answer. Done. So if you're getting 41%, let's check. Very good, that is correct. Opening share price $10. Closing share price $12.9. Capital gain, that is growth in share price is $2.9. 12.9 minus 10. Dividend is 1.2. So total shareholder return in dollar terms is 4.1. So 4.1 by $10, that is 41%. And this is your answer. Just for your knowledge, it comprises of two elements, capital gain yield and dividend yield. What is the capital gain yield? 2.9 by 10. And here 1.2 by 10. And if you add them up, then also you get 41%. Oh, that's just for your knowledge. That if you have to calculate capital gain yield, it will be 2.9 by 10, and here it will be 1.2 by 10. Right? So very good. All of you got it. Right. Relationship of financial management with financial accounting and management accounting. So, financial accounting primarily deals with recording, summarizing, and reporting a company's financial transactions. Example, a company decides to lease equipment instead of purchasing it. If the lease term is longer than 12 months, the company must recognize it as a liability, increasing its gearing ratio. Okay. A higher gearing ratio might make it difficult to secure additional loans. So, see how financial accounting is affecting financial management. A higher gearing might lead to difficulties in obtaining a loan. Similarly, management accounting. Management accounting focuses on internal reports that help in decision making, planning, and controlling operations. Example, a company forecasts its revenues and expenses for the coming year. If the budget shows a potential cash deficit, management may need to arrange for additional financing, example, bank loan, or reduce expenses. So that's the relationship of financial management with financial accounting and management accounting. Both of these are your papers at the knowledge level. So financial accounting is how the transactions are recorded and how it impacts financial management, and similarly how the generation of internal reports can also assist you in financial management. Okay. The next topic that we have is strategy. What do you mean by a strategy? It's an action plan to achieve an objective, varying in duration. The strategy could be long term, medium term, short term. Strategies can be planned for pursuing two types of objectives. Okay. So one is your corporate objective, and the other one is financial objectives. Okay. So a strategy can be planned for pursuing two types of objectives. 1 second, I'll tabulate it properly for you. Two types of objectives: corporate objectives and financial objectives. What are corporate objectives? Corporate objectives pertain to the entire organization and often encompass a range of goals such as profit targets, market share targets. Ma'am, what do you mean by market share? Let's say, like we were talking about Indigo just some time back in the aviation sector. Indigo has got about 65% market share. Then Air India has got about 30% share, and SpiceJet has got about 5% share. A number here and there, but overall, this is how it looks like. So when, let's say, Air India is setting up its, corporate objectives, it will set a target that it has to increase its market share from, let's say, 30% to 40% in the next year or in the next 2 years, like that. So corporate objectives pertain to the entire organization, and entire organization will have to work towards achieving this objective. So corporate objectives pertain to the entire organization and often encompass a range of goals such as profit targets, market share growth. So currently, let's say Air India is making a profit of 10%. It will want to set up a target like 12%. Then market share growth, share price growth, Then addressing local and environmental concerns. Maintaining a contented workforce, a happy, satisfied workforce is also an important corporate objective for companies. These objectives can be categorized as follows. Number one, profit goals. Objectives which lead directly to increased profits. So basically, corporate objectives can be further classified as profit goals. So, example, cost reduction measures. Then, surrogate profit goals. Objectives which lead indirectly to increased profits. Example, maintaining a contented workforce. If you have a contented workforce, you get better productivity out of it, and that leads to an indirect increase in profits. Then constraints on profits. Objectives sometimes can limit the profits also. They can curtail the profits. Example, ensuring operations do not harm the environment. Okay. So basically, you are taking steps to protect the environment. That will come at a cost and that will reduce your profits. So that is what constraint on profits are. Sometimes corporate objectives could be restricting the profits. And lastly, dysfunctional goals. Objectives that lack long term benefits. Example, pursuing market leadership at any cost. So, for example, Air India wants to get a 50% market share. To get that type of a jump, it will have to do something big. Let's say it starts giving all the flight fares at a 50% discount. Everyone will come to it. It will get the market share. But at what cost? It will cost the company's P&L. And that also will be short term because once it increases the fares later on, they will just go on to other flights, customers. So basically, this is a dysfunctional goal. Sometimes a goal, a corporate objective, let's say a market share, a very ambitious market share target, could actually lead to a dysfunctional goal. So company may pursue either maximizing or satisfying these objectives. Just some time back, I was telling you that Tata's, they don't want to maximize the profits. Rather, they want to give satisfactory returns to the shareholders. So when a company makes satisfactory returns, it's called they are pursuing satisfying objectives. So maximizing is what? It aims for the best possible outcome in achieving these objectives. And satisfying is it seeks an adequate outcome that meets the objectives without necessarily optimizing for the best possible results. Please take 2 minutes, read through this note on corporate objectives. Let me know if you have any doubts. Go through it. Whenever I give you time to read, please do read. Don't just sit idle. Read through the points. Anywhere, if you get stuck, let me know. Read through it. Maintaining a contented workforce means having a happy, satisfied workforce. See, a lot of times you will hear, people complaining that working in this company is like a nightmare. So what does it show? That, whenever the employees are working, they will always not be in a best state of mind. They will not be working up to their maximum productivity. So if the workforce is contented, it works on the maximum capacity possible, and that leads to an increase in profits indirectly. That is what it's just talking about. Objectives which lead indirectly to increased profits, like maintaining a contented workforce. When the workforce is happy and satisfied, contented means happy and satisfied, they will work up to a higher productivity level. Dysfunctional goal is, so corporate objectives can be categorized as a dysfunctional goal also, some of the objectives, like pursuing market leadership. Let's say you want to, for example, Air India wants to become 50% leader, 51% share in the market at any cost. So they are giving fares which are discounted, hugely discounted. So that is a dysfunctional goal, because yes, you achieved the market share target, but it came at a cost of profit to the company. So that's a dysfunctional goal. Objectives that lack long-term benefits. Understood now, Tanjin and Darpit, both of you, are you clear? Yes. Okay. And we have financial objectives also. So financial objectives encompass targets for various metrics, including EPS, DPS, gearing level, and operating profit, which is EBIT, earnings before interest and tax, something that you saw today in the class only. So financial objectives are towards achieving the targets for various metrics like these. Okay, very simple. So corporate objectives are objectives which pertain to the entire organization, and financial objectives are very small scope targets which a company has to achieve. So when you are working as finance managers, you have to cater to both of them, corporate objectives also and financial objectives also. Okay. So you learn about all of these ratios, very simple anyways. So you learn about them as the course progresses. Next concept that we have here is come dividend, come dividend, and ex dividend share price. So just now in the example that you solved from the book, you saw a term, right? Ex dividend market value. What is that ex dividend market value? Let's take a look at that. So come dividend. This is the share price when dividend has been announced but not paid. Dividend has been announced but not paid. So for example, look at this. Company has just announced that it will pay a dividend of $2 per share. So what will happen? Immediately when that announcement flows in the market, the share price will increase by the amount of dividend. And that happens, I'm practically telling you. If you track any company which pays dividends, the day it announces the dividend, let's say BPCL is a very heavy dividend paying company. And let's say the stock price is $400, 400 rupees. Okay. The day the dividends are announced, let's say it is announcing a dividend of 30 rupees. Immediately, as the dividend is announced, as the dividend is announced, this is ex dividend, that is before announcement of dividend. So BPCL, as soon as the dividend is announced, it will start trading at 430 rupees. Okay. Ma'am, what do you mean by come dividend share price? That is, anyone who purchases a come dividend share will be eligible to get the dividend. Okay. So for example, there is Mr. A. Everyone please pay attention here. there is Mr. A who is holding the shares from the beginning itself. Okay, and currently his investment is at 400 rupees. Now let's say there is Mr. B. He gets to know that, okay, the company is going to pay dividends. If, and the dividend is what, 30 rupees only. If this rule of ex dividend or cum dividend did not work in the markets, then what will happen? Everyone will start purchasing the shares because their net cost, if this did not happen, their net cost will be what? 400 minus 30, because very soon they will get the dividend. So don't you think it will be foolish of Mr. A, who was holding shares from before in anticipation of dividends, because his net cost is what? 400 rupees. And Mr. B, who purchased the shares, if this did not exist, for him, what would be the net cost? 400 minus 30, 370. Is it fair? Is it fair? It will be what? 370. Mr. A is in a poor position. It's unfair to him. So what happens is market automatically adjusts this the day dividend is announced. Now, once the dividend is announced, the share price gets adjusted with this amount. If Mr. B wants to purchase the share now, he will pay 430 rupees. And once he gets the dividend, his net cost will be what? 430 minus 400. So in this way, Mr. A and Mr. B, both of them are in the same position. Holding shares from before. Purchases shares post dividend announcement. Let me put this here in proper words for you. Please tell me if it is clear. Did you understand the concept of ex dividend and cum dividend, and how it is useful to ensure that investors are always at par? Yes. Look at this example as well. Very simple example. A company declares a dividend of $2. The cum dividend share price is what? $50 per share. Once the dividend is paid to the shareholders holding the shares on the record date, that is the cutoff date, the share price, I'll just include it in this example only. So once the dividend is paid to the shareholders holding the shares on the record date, that is the cutoff date, the share price drops by the amount of dividend. And then again, BPCL ex-dividend would be 430 minus 30. So once the dividend is paid again, okay? So once the dividend is paid, so once the announcement was made, dividend announced, the BPCL will start trading at the cum dividend price. Okay. Now, once the dividend is paid to the shareholders holding the shares on the record date, the share price drops by the amount of dividend, and then again, the BPCL ex-dividend price would become 400 rupees. Okay, so this is how the share prices move. We are assuming everything else remains the same. The adjustment or the movement in the price is only because of dividends. This is how it happens. Okay. So always remember, TSR is always calculated on ex-dividend share price. So if you are not given with ex-dividend share price, you need to calculate it from the cum dividend share price given to you. But the calculation will always be done on ex-dividend share price. That is the price after the dividend payment has been made. Investors who buy shares during this period are not entitled to the upcoming dividend. Okay. So if you purchase the shares on an ex-dividend basis, you do not get dividend on that. If the shares are trading cum dividend, then you will be eligible to get the dividend on it. So that's the cum dividend and ex-dividend share price concept. And in this exact same way, we have cum rights and ex rights share prices also. Ma'am, what do you mean by rights shares? A right share is an additional share offered by a company to its existing shareholders, giving them the opportunity to buy more shares at a discounted price compared to the market price. What is a right share? It's not a free share, please understand. A right share is not a free share. Free share is bonus share. We'll also learn about it later. So a rights share is an additional share offered by a company to its existing shareholders, giving them the opportunity to buy more shares at a discounted price. And it's an opportunity. You're not bound to buy them at the discounted price. The company gives you an opportunity. If you take it, take it. Leave it, leave it. So it gives the investors the opportunity to buy more shares at a discounted price compared to the market price. It's just like we have cum dividend and ex dividend. See, this is also a benefit which the investors get the opportunity to buy shares at a discounted price. So just like dividend is a benefit, rights shares is also a benefit. So cum rights and ex rights is also a concept. This is the share price before the rights issue. Investors holding the shares at a cum right price, they are entitled to subscribe to additional shares at a discounted price during a rights issue. If the shares are trading ex rights, this is the share price after the rights issue. The price adjusts downward to reflect the dilution caused by the issuance of additional shares at a discount. So shares, if you are purchasing them cum rights, you will be eligible to buy the shares at a discounted price during the rights issue. If the shares are trading ex rights, then of course there is no such value. The ex rights price is reduced from the current price levels. Why? Because you are diluting the ownership of the company at a discounted price. How the calculation is done? Let's take a look at this with a simple example over here. Company announces a 1-for-4 rights issue. The company announces a 1-for-4 rights issue. Ma'am, what do you mean by this? Let's say I am holding 4 shares. So I will get the right to purchase 1 new share at the discounted price, whatever that is. So for every 4 shares, I'll get to purchase 1 share. So if I am holding 100 shares, I will be able to purchase 1 by 4 of 100. What is that? 25. So I will be able to purchase 25 right shares. Unlimited, no. There's a ratio defined. So a company announces a 1-for-4 rights issue means for every 4 shares, look at this, I've written down the explanation here, allowing shareholders to buy 1 share for every 4 shares they hold at $40. So they can purchase the new shares at $40 while the cum rights price is $50. So currently the shares are trading at $50. But if you take up the rights issue, you will get the shares at $40. Okay? The question is asking you, requirement is to calculate the X rights price. Required, calculate X rights price. Solution. So you'll have to simply calculate a weighted average. Very simple weighted average. So original shares, 4 shares. At what cost? $50. And right share, you will get 1 share at $40. So 4 plus 1, 5 shares. So what is the weight of original shares in the new portfolio? 4 by 5, 80%. 1 by 5 right shares, 20%. Cost is 50 and 40. So 50 into 80% is what? 40. 40 into 20% is what? 8. So the X rights price is $48. This is the weighted average of the 5 shares. Please take a look. So the weighted cost is $48. So once the shares become X rights, they will start trading at $48. Currently, they were trading at what? $50, cum rights basis. Once the rights are paid out, the shares will start trading at $48. Ma'am, why so? Because new shares were issued at a discount, which will bring down the average price of the shares. Please take 2 minutes, read through the notes, see if you're able to get it. First, take a look at this. Cum dividend, X dividend. Let me know when you're done. I'll scroll down. And then exact same way we learn about cum rights and X rights basis also. Please read it. Don't just sit idle. Read through the note. Let me know when you're done. Any doubt, please ask. Look at next rights note also with the example. There's a doubt. Can you explain ex-dividend, meaning the sentence that investors who buy shares during this period are not entitled to the upcoming dividend? So, ex-dividend is basically after the dividend has been paid. Like in this example, Sujata. So, the BPCL come dividend was 430. If you purchase the shares at this price, what is the first upcoming dividend? This 30 rupees dividend is what you're gonna get. So if you purchase it at a come dividend price, you will get the upcoming dividend. Once the dividend is paid out, okay? Once the dividend is paid out, it will start trading at an ex-dividend price. If you purchase it now at 400 rupees, you won't get the 30 rupees. That's what the statement is saying. If you just read this is the share price after the dividend payment has been made. Investors who buy the shares at this price are not entitled to the upcoming dividend. So the dividend which will just get credited to the accounts of the come dividend share price for buyers. Okay. Who buy shares at this price are not entitled to the declared upcoming dividend, or better you can say to the dividend declared. I think now it is fine. Instead of upcoming dividend, we can say the declared dividend. Clear now, Sujata? Read it again. I hope it makes sense to you. Just change the word upcoming to declared dividend. So the dividend which has been announced or declared here, only if you purchase it at the come dividend price, then you get it. Once it becomes ex-dividend later on, you can't get this 30 rupees dividend. Yeah? No. It means that, see, the shares will be trading at 430 rupees. If you purchase the shares at 430 rupees, you will get the dividend. Or if you were holding the shares from before, let's say this person also. Like I was telling you, Mr. A holding the shares from before 400 rupees. He will also get the dividend because he was holding it from before, not after dividend announcement. From before the announcement. He will also get the dividend. And Mr. B purchases the shares post dividend. For him also, he will have to pay 430 rupees, then he will get the net cost of 30 rupees. 400 rupees. 430 minus 30. So if you are holding the shares from before the dividend announcement, then you will get the dividend. If you purchase the shares at 430 rupees, then also you'll get the dividend. So both of them will get the dividend. Got it? Now, once the dividend has been paid, the BPCL share will again start trading at 400 rupees. Now, if you purchase the shares, this dividend is out of the picture. Okay, this dividend is out of the picture. And similarly, now go through this note here with the example, please. Go through this, please. Let me know if you get any doubt. Understood, no? Now, in the same way, we have the concept of cum bonus and ex bonus also. Let's quickly cover that. So, what is the bonus share? Rights shares were additional shares at a discounted price. What is a bonus share? Free share. So, bonus share is a free share issued by a company to its existing shareholders in proportion to their current shareholding. Just like we had a 1:4 rights issue, in the same way, we have a certain ratio based bonus issue. Bonus shares are distributed from the company's accumulated profits and do not involve any cash transaction from the shareholders. So, shareholders do not pay any cash to get these shares. These are literally free shares which are credited to your account without any outflow on your behalf. So, the entry which the company passes in its books, in the books of the company, the journal which is passed, the accounting entry which is passed is reserves and surplus account. So they don't get any cash inflow. Normally, when equity shares are issued, what is the entry that you passed? Cash account debit to equity share capital. But in case of bonus, what is the entry? Reserves and surplus account. It is called capitalization of reserves. Bonus shares or bonus issue is also known as capitalization of reserves. So you can see it in visually, you can see it in the entry also. Reserves and surplus account debit to equity share capital account. So bonus issue is also known as capitalization of reserves, and bonus shares are also known as scrip dividend. Ma'am, why so? See, because in dividend, it's you normally pay dividend as cash. Dividend is also free cash being given by the company. So here scrip means shares. Okay, scrip means shares. So this bonus shares is like a share dividend. Okay, so bonus shares are also known as scrip dividend. So when the shares are trading come bonus, so this is the share price before the bonus shares are issued. Okay, but after they're announced. So investors holding shares during this period investors holding shares at this price are entitled to receive the declared, just like you saw, in dividends, some dividend, ex dividend. So this is the share price after the bonus shares are issued. The price is adjusted downward to reflect the increased number of shares issued at 0 rupees, right? So that is cum bonus and ex bonus concept. And the calculation of X bonus price is very similar to the calculation we did for X rights. Please take a look here. So a company announces a 1-for-2 bonus issue, meaning what? A person holding 2 equity shares will get 1 free bonus share. 1-for-2 bonus issue means what? Person holding 2 shares will get 1 new bonus share. So why the cum bonus price is $90. So calculate the X bonus price. Requirement is to calculate the X bonus price. So how will you do it? Same way, just like we did for rights. Take a look here. So original shares, you're holding 2 shares. Bonus share is what? 1. So total is 3. Weightage is what? 2 by 3, 1 by 3. Cost for these original shares is $90. So 90 into 67%, and the cost of the bonus shares is 0. So 0 into 33%, 0. So the weighted cost total is what? 60. And that is what your X bonus price is. Take a look. Very similar to what we saw under rights issue. Take a look at this, please. Go through the note. Let me know if you have any doubt. Everyone, please go through the notes. Go through it, please. Let me know when you're done. Understood, no? Perfect. So then we will wrap up our class here for the day, and we will meet tomorrow to continue the discussion on this topic. So we'll pause it here, continue a new topic in the class tomorrow. Regarding your notes, the team told me once the lectures are uploaded, the recorded lectures, you will get the option to download the notes also along with them. Okay. Yeah, so notes I can't share with you directly. It's uploaded on the LMS. I've shared it on the LMS, but you will get to see the notes once you get the recorded lectures uploaded. So once the team uploads it, you will get them notes also along with them. Okay. So the team normally takes 1 to 2 working days to upload. So mostly you'll get the lectures on Monday or Tuesday. So along with that, you will get to see the notes. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for joining in today. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye bye, and please take care of yourselves. Thank you.